Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker, bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Minister of Finance.
The bill or the matters?
The reports.
Papers. Thank you very much. Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 1, the report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you. For the financial year ended September 30th, 2022. 2, the public accounts of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year 2022. I beg to move that papers 1 and 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honorable members, the question is that papers 1 and 2 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper number 3, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Finance to the 9th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the examination of the implementation of the 2021 budget with emphasis on the green economy. Papers 4 and 5, the ministerial responses to the 3rd report of the Joint Select Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure on an inquiry into the management of the Water and Sewerage Authority with specific reference to the 2020 Cabinet Subcommittee report on WASA and related recommendations. These responses are from the Ministries of Planning and Development and Public Utilities. Paper number 6, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Public Utilities to the 8th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of the audited financial statements of the telecommunications services of Trinidad and Tobago for the years 2017 to 2021. Paper number 7, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to the 4th report of the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality and Diversity on an inquiry into the role of the state in preserving the cultural heritage of the indigenous peoples, First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago. Paper number 8, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service to the 7th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited financial statements of the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, NEDCO, for the financial year 2017 and follow-up on the implementation of recommendations in the committee's 10th report from the 11th Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Leader of the House, Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Trade and Industry, I have the honor to lay paper number 9, the Scrap Metal Regulations 2023. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Reports from committees.
Member for Diego Martin, notice.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have the honor to present the second report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the third session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2023.
Prime Minister's questions. Urgent questions.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Prime Minister, having regard to the Prime Minister's recent trip to Barbados and a ministerial statement delivered in the Barbados Parliament yesterday by the Attorney General of Barbados, will the Prime Minister state whether he met with any government officials in the Republic of Barbados to discuss the abduction of Brent Thomas?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I met with no one in Barbados with respect to the discussion to discuss the abduction of Brent Thomas.
Supplemental member.
Could the Prime Minister indicate whether the matter arose in any conversation with any official in Barbados?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I met en passant with many members of government officials in Barbados, none of which was for the purpose of discussing anything to do with Brent Thomas. And furthermore, any private conversation I have with anybody, I will only disclose in this country if it's appropriate to do so.
Supplemental Oropuchis.
Thank you. Prime Minister, without disclosing the contents of any conversation, did the matter arise in a discussion with any official in Barbados? We are not asking for the contents of the conversation.
Prime Minister.
Deputy Speaker, let me speak English for the clear time. I had no trip to Barbados to discuss, and I did not have any discussion, and I want to stay away from the court and Brent Thomas, unlike my colleagues on the other side. Stay out of the court business.
Barataria Sanwan, next question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To the Prime Minister, in light of the recent appointment of 17 senior counsels by the President, will the Prime Minister provide a complete list of all of the persons who applied for silk?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government, through its officials, have indicated the process in great detail. We have indicated that 57 people applied. We have indicated to the President that 17 people were selected by name and by and the others, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I, as Prime Minister, I refuse to call their names in this Parliament so that they can be scandalized. I think if people apply for silk and they were unsuccessful, their names should not be called in the Parliament to be scandalized.
Supplemental member.
To the Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will the Prime Minister inform this House the date on which the final list of applicants to be appointed senior counsel was submitted to him by the Attorney General?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Certainly. The final list of applicants for senior counsel in the process I just mentioned was submitted to me by the Honorable Attorney General on May 2nd, 2023.
Member for Kumuto Manzelena.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honorable Minister of Health, in light of the World Health Organization declaring the end of the COVID-19 pandemic on May 5th, 2023, will the Honorable Minister state as to when the Cuba Hospital and multi-training facility will be open for public use? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me quote some snippets from Dr. Tedros's thing. He spoke about a decreasing trend, decreased level of alarm, and an end to the public health emergency. He also stated, the worst thing any country could do now is to use this news, one, to let their guard down, and two, dismantle systems it has built. The Cuba Hospital was opened to the public on the 13th of March 2020, where they accepted their first case for a COVID-positive patient. So it has been used for members of the public and continues to be used. We are not going to dismantle this right now as we speak. Thank you very much.
Member for Urupuch East.
Today, to the Minister of National Security, will the Minister update this House as to the contents of any and all reports received in relation to the raging controversy within CARICOM surrounding the abduction of Trinidad and Tobago citizen Brent Thomas in the Republic of Barbados?
Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot understand what raging controversy the member is speaking about. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I requested of the police commissioner at the appropriate time a thorough report on the matter, which was delivered to me orally by her in great detail, so that I know of no other report. Thank you very much. And I'm fully aware that the police continues to conduct an investigation into the circumstances aforementioned. Thank you.
Supplemental Urupuchis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Is the Minister telling the country that in light of the Barbados Attorney General's statement, where they have received in that country reports from the RSS, CARICOM, etc., is the Minister telling the House that all he has to date is a long talk with the Commissioner of Police and absolutely no report in writing? Is that what he's telling the country? That's the question.
Minister of National Security.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I declared a moment ago and repeat, I received a thorough oral report from the Commissioner of Police.
Supplemental Urupuchis.
Thank you. Could the Minister indicate whether or not he has received reports from the Regional Security System and or the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, and indeed any other agencies involved in this sordid affair?
National Security Minister.
Let me too attempt to speak some English so that the member would understand by repeating that I have received to date a thorough oral report from the Commissioner of Police in this regard.
Honourable members, we'll go to question number 7. Member for Brataya San Juan. The Minister is on her way. So, on his way, sorry.
To the Attorney General, in a release from the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago yesterday, which disputed they had no discussions with the Attorney General on applicants for silk, will the Attorney General provide the date and name of the senior members of the Law Association who he had discussions with?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The name of the senior member of the Law Association with whom I had discussions, who was delegated that responsibility by the President, Ms. Sibaran Sweet, because she had recused herself, is the name Douglas Mendez, and the date was the 2nd of May, 2023.
Member for Pointe-a-Pitre.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the Minister of Education. Given the recent reports that substitute teachers throughout Trinidad and Tobago were not paid for months and were facing severe hardship as a result of this occurrence, will the Minister state what urgent action is being taken to rectify the situation?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, substitute teachers are not paid on the monthly establishment. They are not part of the monthly establishment, so I want to make that clear. I also need to make clear that not all substitute teachers were not paid. It was a number of substitute teachers that did not receive payments for the last few months because of different reasons in each case. One of the issues would be the way the returns are collected and the fact that they have to come in person to meet the financial regulations. They have to come in physically. So we are exploring a digital option to allow that process to be easier so that the teachers can submit their documents and be paid in their schedule when they do so.
Supplemental, member for Pointe-a-Pitre.
Minister, for your response. Just for clarification, Could you state those substitute teachers who have not received any emoluments would do so on what time frame?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As soon as possible, we are actively dealing with those who have not. Some have started to receive this week, and we will continue to do it as quickly as possible.
Member for Kumuto, Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To the Minister of Education, in light of the World Health Organization declaring the end of COVID-19 pandemic on May 5, 2023, will the Minister indicate if children in our nation's schools are still required to wear masks?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the mask mandate was removed from law in Trinidad and Tobago, it was no longer mandatory for children to wear masks in school. So it is up to students whether they want to wear masks, and they can do so if they believe that this is something they want to do at the school. It's not mandatory.
Questions on notice? Questions?
Point of order. Deputy Speaker, point of order. The last question.
Right.
Thank you.
Number 6.
Thank you very kindly. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this time we would ask that this question be postponed to later in the day. The acting Minister of Foreign Affairs is not here as yet.
Okay, honorable members, Chief Whip, as so said by the Leader of the House.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 4 questions for oral answer. We will be answering all 4. There are 8 questions for written response, and we are asking for a 2-week deferral for questions 147, 148, and question 79.
Oropuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the member for Oropuch West, question number 146 to the Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. For fiscal 2021 to 2022, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services acquired 407 wheelchairs at a cost of $873,900. As at April 1st, 2023, 134 of the 407 wheelchairs were distributed with a balance of 273 wheelchairs remaining on hand. For the current fiscal 2022 to 2023, $1 million has been allocated under head 7804-00704, Urgent Temporary Assistance. Additional wheelchairs will be sourced from this allocation once the need arises. At present, there are no outstanding requests for wheelchairs at the Social Welfare Division. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Leader of the Chief Whip, Oropuch West.
Question number 154 to the Minister of Finance. On behalf of Oropuch West.
Minister of Finance.
$154, $155? 5, that's what I thought. Yes. Thank you very much. 154. Right. It's because it's backed up.
No, he has two questions. We deal with 154 first.
Madam Speaker, not only is it, sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am not myself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, not only is it impractical to provide a list of entities in which the funds from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund are invested in the form of an oral answer, I have been advised that the list of investments is confidential, and the member should know that. What can be disclosed, however, is the board's approved investment framework, strategic asset allocation, together with the operational and investment guidelines, which defines the investment parameters within which management of the fund is to be conducted. In 2008, the World Bank assisted the board in designing the strategic asset allocation and the operational and investment guidelines for the fund, which remained largely unchanged during the period 2015 to 2023. The strategic asset allocation determines the fund's allocation to improved investment asset classes as follows: US short duration fixed income, 25%, US core domestic fixed income, 40%, US core domestic equity, 17.5%, non-US core international equity, 17.5%. Therefore, on average, 82.5% of the fund's investments are in US dollar denominated assets. The 4 investment mandates are managed by external managers whose selection of investment securities for their respective portfolios are guided by the HSF board's approved investment framework and performance benchmarks. The benchmarks determine the fund's actual holdings in securities in a particular asset class and investment sector, as well as the performance of external managers. For each mandate, the benchmark is as follows. For the US short duration fixed income mandate, the benchmark is the ICE Bank of America US Treasuries 1 to 5 year index. Only comprises of US Treasuries with 1 to 5 years to maturity. The external manager is expected to invest 100% of the allocated funds into these securities, into these treasuries. 2, US core domestic fixed income mandate, benchmark, Bloomberg Barclays US Aggregate Bond Index, comprises a wide cross-section of short and long-term investment grade bonds traded in the United States. The external manager's investments are restricted to 100% US bonds, and the benchmark sector weights, on average, determine the manager's aggregated holding of different types of securities, such as US Treasuries, government-related, agency, municipal, sovereign, corporate bonds, mortgage-backed securities, asset-backed securities, commercial mortgage-backed securities. 3, US core domestic equity mandate, benchmark, Russell 3000 X Energy Index, comprises of 3,000 of the largest market capitalization stocks in the US. The HSF's investment framework excludes investment in energy-related shocks in order to eliminate the adverse correlation between the source of contribution to the fund and the return of performance of energy stocks because of volatility. 4, non-US core international equity mandate, benchmark,
Minister of
MSCI.
Finance, your time has expired with regards to the answering the question. But you'll be given an opportunity for a supplemental. Proceed, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, based on your response, could you state, given the rise of interest rates by the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States, has it affected the fund, whether negatively or positively?
Minister of Finance.
Firstly, I would like to say, and I think this is well known to honourable members, opposite. Yes, it is. The quarterly reports of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund are published on the Ministry of Finance's website. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of this information is already in the public domain. Should not even have been asked. But be that as it may, the fund is doing quite well. Last time I checked, it was in the region of $5.4 billion US dollars. Thank you.
Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 155 to the Minister of Finance on behalf of the member for Urupuch West.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For the period 2015 to 2023, the entities in which the funds of the Green Fund are invested are as follows. 1, the Environmental Management Authority. 2, the Green Light Network. 3, Nature Seekers. 4, University of Trinidad and Tobago. 5, San Fernando City Corporation. 6, Turtle Village Trust. 7, the University of the West Indies. 8, St. Andrews Golf Club. 9, the Institute of Marine Affairs. 10, Basel CRC Caribbean. 11, Water and Sewage Authority. 12, University of the Southern Caribbean. 13, Naparima District Scout Council. 14, Banks Village Environmental Organization. 15, Caribbean Industrial Research Institute. 16, Cashew Gardens Community Council. 17, the Environmental Research Institute of Charlottesville, ERIC Outreach. 18, IAM Movement. And 19, Future Fishers.
Member for Shagonasis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 158 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Water and Sewage Authority is working closely with the Ministry of Works and Transport to ensure the smooth and seamless implementation of the S-Bend project at Endeavour Road, Chaguanas, which is scheduled to be implemented in the next fiscal year. In this regard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as soon as the cost of the relocation is settled, WASA stands ready at this time to commence the relocation works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Supplemental member.
Sure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, Minister, are you as well as WASA aware that a contract was awarded for a flood mitigation project in 2021? We are now in 2023 in order to address the flood affecting residents and commuters in this particular area, and funding was made available by PURE to relocate these WASA lines.
Now, remember you started your questioning talking about flood mitigation, which has nothing to do with this, but then you ended, by the question. So let's state your question clearly, omitting the flood part, please. I'll give you the opportunity.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, given that my question is arising out of number 232, I will continue. Minister, given that a project was awarded for a flood mitigation project, and these WASA lines were hindrance for this project to be initiated, which was awarded, can you state or can you give an assurance by means of a timeline when exactly will these lines be relocated, given that funding was already made available by the PURE division to have these lines relocated?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am not aware where the member is getting her information. I speak from a position of information as Minister of Public Utilities, and I give the member the assurance that once the relocation cost is remitted to the Water and Sewage Authority, WASA stands ready to commence the relocation of the utility to allow the works to continue.
Supplemental, member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, Mr. Minister, given that the information that I'm giving came from the Minister of Works and Transport right in this very house, and you are very well aware of this issue, are you willing to pay a visit to this S-Bend in Endeavour so that we can resolve this issue as soon as possible, given the length of period residents and commuters are awaiting this issue to be resolved?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me repeat. As soon as the relocation cost is settled by the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Water and Sewage Authority stands ready to commence the relocation of the utility in that particular area.
Supplemental, Shogunasis.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Minister, are you aware that the relocation cost has already been settled by the pure division of Ministry of Works and Transport?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish that the honourable member should stop misleading the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That information that she's putting forward on the floor of the Parliament is simply not true. I am advised by the Water and Sewage Authority that at this point in time there was no remittance of the relocation cost for the utility, and as soon as that is settled, WASA stands ready to implement and to commence the project for the relocation of the pipeline in that particular area.
Supplemental, Shogunasis.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Minister, are you aware that the flood mitigation project was cancelled because the funding was made available by PURE and WASA could not come to a finalization as to carry out the relocation works?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my previous responses to the questions posed remain unchanged.
Please, please.
Statement by ministers.
The Honourable Attorney General.
Makes his statement. I'd like to move a motion, please. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your leave in yes, at this stage. In accordance, you want to speak?
Buzz, I recognize the Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 122.1 to move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 24.3, which provides the time limit for statements by ministers.
Honourable members, the question is, I beg to move that Standing Order 24.3 be suspended to permit the Attorney General to complete his statement. Honourable members, the question is that this House suspend Order 24.3 in order to permit the Attorney General to complete his statement. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? No. Proceed.
Mrs. Robinson-Regis. Aye.
1 second. The member that made that statement, could you stand and retract and apologize?
I am very, very sorry for calling the man a pest.
No, no.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Again, members, the division is being taken. Let's do it appropriately and with regards to the decorum of the said House. Proceed.
Mrs. Robinson-Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley.
Aye.
Mr. Imbut.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Dial Singh.
Yes.
Mr. Alwari.
Aye.
Ms. Beckles.
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Kojo. Dr. Gatsby Dolly.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. McClashy.
Aye.
Mr. Leons.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Aye.
Mrs. Morris Julian.
Aye.
Mr. Scotland.
Aye.
Mr. Richards.
Yes.
Mr. Monroe.
Yes.
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Charles.
No.
Ms. Amin.
No.
Mr. Indar Singh.
No.
Dr. Munilal.
No.
Mr. Hussain.
No.
Mr. Parry.
No.
Mr. Rambali.
No.
Dr. Bodo.
No.
Mr. Ram.
No.
Dr. Ragveer.
No.
Ms. Mohit.
No.
Ms. Haynes. Dr. Sicharan.
No.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the result of the division is as follows: 18 members voting for, 14 members voting against, and there were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division of 18 members for, against 14 members, no abstention, the vote is carried. Proceed, Attorney General.
Thank you very much.
Members, please, the comments at times reaches the ear of the chair. So please be careful, please be careful. So again, the member who said that, please get up and retract and apologize.
I retract.
And again, member for St. Augustine, I just said it. It reaches the air, please. And it goes for members on both sides. No, please, 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 members. I recognize the Attorney General. You have your statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have been authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement. This statement is with respect to the matter of Civil Action 2022-04567, Brent Thomas and Specialist Shooters Training Center Limited against the Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the judgment delivered by Mr. Justice Devendra Rampersad on the 25th of April, 2023. Mr. Speaker, may I say at the outset that I am constrained to be limited in what I say this afternoon in this statement at this time, for the reasons which will be made clear as I proceed. I nevertheless make this statement because I recognize and acknowledge the legitimate concerns which arise out of that matter, exacerbated by the judgment delivered on the 25th of April, 2023. Let me add immediately that nothing that I say here in this statement falls outside of our permitted hierarchical judicial structure, tiered, T-I-E-R-E-D, to include within the hierarchy of our Supreme Court that judges at first instance may make errors.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-2 on the matter of this being sub judice. The government announced that this particular matter of Brent Thomas against the Attorney General is on appeal.
Honorable AG, can you shed some light on the... 1 second. Again, don't worry, I will.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
On what standing order? On what standing order?
Prime Minister asking a...
Members, please. All right. I'm going to recognize the Prime Minister, and then I'm going to recognize you after Mr.
I'm standing on a point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. Am I correct to interpret that what we heard here is the same Brett Thomas in the question section as against the Brett Thomas that is coming here? Could the minister clarify for us? Is the same Brett Thomas that took up the question time? Is that the same Brett Thomas is we talking about now?
Yes. Member for Naprima, you have a concern?
Is it an appeal, and therefore is it sub judice?
Right, 1 second. Okay, members, again, the Attorney General has a statement to make, right? The Attorney General has just started his discourse, and I'm going to give him his opportunity in order to make a statement, keeping in line with the ruling of the sub judice rule, which I'm sure you are clearly aware of. So you can proceed. What information can be forthcoming, you will determine. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, let me add immediately that nothing that I say here in this statement falls outside of our permitted hierarchical judicial structure, tiered to include within the hierarchy of our Supreme Court that judges at first instance may make errors in the discharge of their judicial function, and the Court of Appeal exists to correct those errors. Firstly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me to say at the outset that this matter raises considerations of national security, which necessarily circumscribes the detail which I can permit myself to outline today. Secondly, this matter concerns police operational systems and processes in which the executive has no role, which police operational systems the executive is constitutionally required to and does respect. We know that the Commissioner of Police has ordered an investigation. That investigation must be allowed to take its course, and we all look forward to its outcome. In this regard, it is important to reiterate and to emphasize that which has already been said by the Honorable Prime Minister of this country, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, that the executive has played no role in the events and the facts given rise to the judgment and commented on by the judge. As Attorney General, however, I am able to speak to this matter, as I do here today, by reason of my constitutional office of Attorney General. As Attorney General, I am one of the named defendants in this matter, as prescribed by the Constitution, answerable for and in the promotion of the constitutional protection of the rights of our citizens, due process, and the protection of the law. To that extent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my knowledge of what I speak to today is informed by A, the instructions given by the police to the legal team of attorneys representing the Office of Attorney General as a defendant in the matter, and B, in certain limited respects, other matters which have since come into the public domain and to which I also speak. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it bears emphasis that, recognizing that the matters to which the judgment speaks are of a police operational nature, the Trinidad and Tobago...
I rise on 49 sub judice. I think the Attorney General is going in a realm that I don't think it...
Again, members, the Attorney General knows the road that he is going down. He has a statement to proceed with.
Deputy Speaker, wait. Just at the beginning, I rise on 48.8 also. At the beginning of the Attorney General's speech, he brought the Justice Budu Singh in disrepute.
Overruled. Overruled. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, under the leadership of its commissioner, must be allowed its full operational remit within the law to pursue its investigations and necessarily to bring its investigations and any resulting charges to conclusion in accordance with due process. Thirdly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you will appreciate, my office has filed an appeal against the judgment given in this matter and will today be filing an application before the Court of Appeal to hear this appeal urgently in priority over all other
Standing
appeals.
Order 49. The Honorable Attorney General has said that he has put the case on appeal. And if it is an appeal, he cannot talk about the substantive merits of the case.
Overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not speak to the details of the appeal which has been filed, except to say that so urgent is the need for a definitive, final appellate adjudication in this matter that I have already given instructions to London solicitors to retain English counsel from the outset so that that counsel may become immediately and fully apprised of this matter, working with our team of local attorneys so as to become fully up to speed, ensuring that howsoever this appeal is determined by the Court of Appeal, we are ready immediately to protect the state of Trinidad and Tobago by urgent access to our final Court of Appeal, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Suffice it to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I have done this because, as I said at the beginning, we accept that judges, at first instance, can make errors. In this case, I will say only
I did
that...
stand on 48.8. Judges, we cannot comment on the conduct of any person, including a judge. And he's saying that the judge could make an error. It is clear. It is clear.
Overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Fourthly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I immediately make the point that there is an aspect of this matter which, on my advice and in my judgment,
Mr. Deputy
has
Speaker,
not
I rise
been
on Order
appealed.
49.1. The Honorable Attorney General is creating a real risk of prejudicing the merits of this matter. He is going down, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he's going down a road of challenging aspects of the first instance judge. That is what he's doing. He's abusing ministerial statements.
Overruled. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let me repeat what I just said, which was interrupted, so that the member may hear what I'm saying before he objects. Fourthly, I immediately make the point that there is an aspect of this matter which, on advice and in my judgment, has not been appealed, and which was conceded by lead counsel representing the Attorney General in this matter, to which I immediately turn. Mr. Speaker, in his judgment, the judge found that Mr. Thomas...
Speaker, it is
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on
49.
49.1, standing order 49.1. Are we allowing the Attorney General to abuse this ministerial statement? Abuse the Parliament.
All right, thank you, member. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In his judgment, the judge found that Mr. Thomas was, quote-unquote, abducted in Barbados by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and
Mr. Deputy
returned
Speaker,
unlawfully
Order
to Trinidad and
49.1,
Tobago.
we are speaking to the merits of the judgment. The Attorney General cannot dissect what is convenient for him.
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this regard, it is important that this House be apprised of indisputable facts which form part of the record of this matter and which, consistent with law, demonstrate the errors. One, the state of
Deputy
Trinidad and
Speaker,
Tobago.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is becoming outrageous now. Outrageous. The Attorney General continues to traverse the merits of this case.
Thank you. Again, members, the chair has already approved the statement. The Attorney General shall proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Deputy Speaker,
as I was saying,
Deputy Speaker, 48.8. I want you to look at 48.8, please, on due respect.
in English.
Again, overruled, proceed.
I was saying, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One, the state of Trinidad and Tobago conceded before the judge that the return of Mr. Thomas from Barbados to Trinidad and Tobago was unlawful, having been effected outside of the extradition process provided for by the extradition open brackets
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Order 49.1, we are going into the merits of the first instance judgment, and they have said the Attorney General has lodged an appeal. He has also said that they have applied for an expedited hearing of the appeal. All of this goes to the merits of the matter.
Okay, honorable member, you can say it as loud as you care to. Overruled, proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was in the process when the members stood to object. I was in the process of referring to the Extradition, Commonwealth and Foreign Territories Act, Chapter 1204 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with all due respect, I would
What's standing order?
like
What's standing order, please? What's standing order?
Mr. Deputy
Members
Speaker,
rising on, please.
Mr. Deputy
Can you
Speaker,
indicate what standing order the members rising on, please?
order which,
What's standing order?
which requires
What's standing order, please,
that
please,
I
please.
hear
What's
what
standing
the
order?
minister-
Mr. Standing order. I stand on standing order. I stand on standing order 48.2.
Thank you.
Standing order 48.2.
I heard you, Honorable Prime Minister.
I would like to hear the Attorney General in silence, please.
Okay. So again, members, the statement is being presented by the Attorney General. The Speaker's chair has given the approval for the Attorney General to make the statement. Again, let's listen to the Attorney General as we know to maintain the decorum of this House. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy
Member
Speaker.
for Couva North. I have not recognized you, member for Couva North. Please. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In light
Chair,
of the
I rise on
interruptions,
standing order 48.8. This is a rape of the standing orders of this House. This is an abuse of the Parliament.
Again, member, I'm sure you can use a better word than that. And honorable members, yes, we know we have the standing order, which what each member is free to stand up and present. But I have already ruled. No, it's not a discourse, member. I have already ruled, members. Proceed.
thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will repeat what I was saying, which has been interrupted. One, the state of Trinidad and Tobago conceded before the judge that the return of Mr. Thomas from Barbados to Trinidad and Tobago was unlawful, having been effected outside of the extradition process provided for by the Extradition, Commonwealth and Foreign Territories Act, Chapter 12, Number 4 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. See, in this regard, paragraph 223 of the judgment in which that concession
Mr.
is
Deputy
recorded.
Speaker, again, I rise on standing order 48.2 and 49. The Attorney General is quoting paragraphs of the first instance judgment that is under appeal, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Central Authority Unit of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs of Trinidad and Tobago, responsible for extradition matters, was not consulted for advice. That aspect of the matter, as conceded, is not being appealed by the Attorney General. Two, on more than one occasion...
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on order 49 again, 49.1c. The Attorney General cannot say with certainty that what he is doing here will not create a real and substantial danger of prejudice to the fair determination of the appeal.
Proceed. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 2, with reference to the use of the word abducted, which the Minister, the Attorney General of Barbados, has spoken to in the Parliament in that country, there can be no criminal offense of abduction involving criminal intent unless such criminal intent was shown beyond reasonable doubt to have been present in the minds of the officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The evidence was to the contrary. In that regard, permit me now to refer to the undisputed evidence of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who swore an affidavit on oath in the proceedings before the judge on the 6th of January 2023.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Attorney General is arguing the appeal.
Members. Silence, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Paragraph 15 of the affidavit of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I quote, "In this matter, I can confirm that officers from the..."
I rise on Standing Order 53(1)F
And E.
and E.
Right. Again, members, let's listen in silence, which the standing orders ask for. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, reference to paragraph 15.
Chairman, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-2. If we are upholding the standing order, we should uphold all the standing order. And the Attorney General cannot continue to trespass on the standing order like this.
Paragraph 15, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the affidavit of the 6th of January of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Quote, "In this matter, I can confirm that officers from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have sought legal advice from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on 2nd October 2022 and 4th October 2022. Further, Assistant Superintendent, I delete the name, has at paragraph 77 of his affidavit disclosed that advice was sought from the Office of the DPP concerning charges and Mr. Thomas's returning to Trinidad and Tobago on the 5th of October 2022. Paragraph 16 of the DPP's affidavit, quote, "Officers of the Professional Standards Bureau of the Trinidad and Tobago TTPS sought legal advice in relation to some of the contemplated charges and arrest warrants. On both occasions, I, says the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Gaspard, I was out of the jurisdiction. As a result, Mr. George Busby, in his capacity as then Acting Director of Public Prosecutions, met with the officers of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service." Paragraph 17 of the affidavit of Mr. Gaspard, Director of Public Prosecutions, quote,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is clear that the Attorney General...
And in order 49, the AG is quoting from the actual documents that are in the court. This matter is sub judice, is under appeal. The AG should know better.
And again, honorable members, according to Standing Order 24, statement by ministers, 24.4, a question will be permitted at the end of the AG statement in order for you to be elucidated on the matters. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Asking a question after you're breaching the standing orders is not in order. Not in order.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Paragraph 17 continues the Director of Public Prosecutions. Further, after each meeting, Mr. Busby contacted me, relaying in summary the information which was presented to him and informing me of the advice which he intended to give. Paragraph 18. Further, I quote, "In relation to the issue of charges, Mr. Busby informed me, and I verily believe that he was unable to render an opinion on the basis that he did not have sufficient information."
I rise again on Standing Order 49. This is the Red House, not the Hall of Justice. Let the AG go on and argue the appeal in the courts, not here.
Overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I verily believe, informed by Mr. Busby, and I verily believe that he was unable to render an opinion on the basis that he did not have sufficient information presented to him in the meeting on 2nd October 2022 to so do. It is important to note the fact that Mr. Busby did not have sufficient information from his conversation with the officers to advise on charges. That does not mean that there was not sufficient cause and/or evidence to support charges. It was within the discretion of the TTPS, who had all, and the word all is in bold italics and underlined, and that is the emphasis of the Director of Public Prosecutions in his affidavit. It was within the discretion.
Order 49-1. Mr. Deputy Speaker, very simply, what the Attorney General is doing here is leading fresh evidence into the Order 49-1.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, member. Overruled. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Order 48-8. The Honorable Attorney General is stating, making a case that it was not an abduction. The judge said it was an abduction. And therefore, the conduct of the President, any person performing the function of President, member of the Senate, the House, or judges of the Supreme Court, or persons performing judicial function shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for that purpose.
Overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was within the discretion of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, says the Director of Public Prosecutions at paragraph 18 of his affidavit, that the TTPS, who had all the information and who had conduct of the investigation, to decide that they had sufficient information and evidence within their possession to charge. Paragraph 19. Further, it should be noted that once myself or anyone acting on the main authority in all DPP gives legal advice, it is solely at the discretion of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as to whether they will act on that advice, and if so, the manner in which they will do so. Paragraph 20 of the affidavit.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, again I rise on Standing Order 49. Please protect the public's interest and the sanctity of this Parliament from this dangerous abuse by this Attorney General.
Proceed, Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Paragraph 20. Mr. Busby was able to advise on the issue of the arrest warrants. Mr. Busby informed me, and I verily believe, that the advice given in respect of the arrest warrants did not touch on the issue of how those arrest warrants ought to be effected or executed. Further, I am informed by Mr. Busby and verily believe that his advice in this regard was for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to communicate the existence of those arrest warrants to the Barbados authorities so as to have Mr. Thomas arrested. No advice was given as to how the arrest was to be done in Barbados or how, if arrested, Mr. Thomas was to be returned to this jurisdiction, unquote. I will reread that last paragraph, Mr. Deputy Speaker, having regard to the interruptions. Paragraph 20, the Director of Public Prosecutions on the 6th of January 2023 put an affidavit in the court which was before the judge. Mr. Busby was able to advise on the issue of the arrest warrants. Mr. Busby informed me, and I verily believe that the advice given in respect of the arrest warrants did not touch on the issue of how those arrest warrants ought to be effected or executed. Further, I am informed by Mr. Busby and verily believe that his advice in this regard was for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to communicate the existence of those arrest warrants to the Barbados authorities so as to have Mr. Thomas arrested. No advice was given as to how the arrest was to be done in Barbados, or how, if arrested, Mr. Thomas was to be returned to this jurisdiction. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this stage, I say no more on this. No doubt, this affidavit of the Director of Public Prosecutions will be considered by the Commissioner of Police as she concludes her investigations into the actions of members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Mr. Deputy Speaker, subject only to that outstanding report of our Commissioner of Police, I entirely accept and endorse the remarks of the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados, Mr. Dale Marshall, King's Counsel, in the ministerial statement which he made yesterday to the Parliament of Barbados. I offer to the government and the Royal Barbados Police Force my apologies for the slur which has been cast on the actions of the Royal Barbados Police Service, who, consistent with the law and their oaths of office, were assisting the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to the best of their ability in the investigation of alleged crimes in seeking to bring an alleged fugitive to justice. In this regard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the statement of the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados delivered yesterday on undisputed facts is instructive as to the role of our regional agencies. With your leave, Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me to quote from and to adopt the statement in that regard of the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados. Quote, I have earlier mentioned that there was involvement in the operation by two regional bodies which have both submitted reports. Their reports reveal that on October 5, 2022, the Regional Security System, RSS, headquartered in Barbados, received a request from the CARICOM Implementing Agency for Crime and Security, IMPACTS, to transport 4 Trinidadian police officers from Trinidad to Barbados that evening. The aircraft departed Trinidad at 3:21 p.m. on October 5th and arrived in Barbados at 4:11 p.m. A further request was made to transport the same 4 police officers and a Trinidadian national back to Trinidad that same evening. The RSS aircraft departed the Grantley Adams International Airport at 5:08 p.m. and arrived at Piarco International Airport at 6:01 p.m., where the police officers and the Trinidadian national disembarked the aircraft and it returned to Bridgetown. That Trinidadian national was Mr. Brent Thomas. The coordination of the travel to Barbados of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and their return with Mr. Thomas was coordinated fully by CARICOM IMPACTS. Barbados has an Extradition Act, Chapter 189 of the laws of Barbados, which applies to a large number of criminal offenses, including the firearm and other offenses, for which the warrants of arrest for Mr. Thomas were issued. I can confirm that no request was made for the extradition of Mr. Thomas. The Trinidad and Tobago High Court has characterized, says the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados, has characterized what transpired in Barbados on October 5th last year in relation to Mr. Thomas as an abduction. That is unfortunate language. From the reports that I have received, I am satisfied that the actions of the Barbados Police Service have fallen short of applicable legal norms, such as acting under an extradition request. I, however, cannot associate myself with the description of the actions of the Barbados police officers as an abduction or, as has been elsewhere described, as a kidnapping. Close quotation marks. Mr. Speaker, permit me to say a few final things. Not only do I endorse the remarks of the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados in this regard, I go on record to acknowledge that before this matter emerged, I have been having discussions with the Honorable Attorney General of Barbados, Dale Marshall, King's Counsel, on important issues of our criminal justice system since we sat together at the recently concluded Regional Symposium in Port of Spain, which was hosted through the vision and efforts of the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. One of the matters under discussion since then and ongoing is the implementation of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty. Unrelated to this matter and following on the next steps from that symposium, I have already twice met with heads of department of the Attorney General's office in Trinidad and Tobago and commissioned urgent legal work necessary to have Trinidad and Tobago ratify that CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, consistent with the intention as espoused by Attorney General Marshall of Barbados that all of CARICOM needs to bring this treaty into full operation. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, following on that symposium, I have already exchanged a draft agenda with my CARICOM Attorney General colleagues for discussion following that symposium. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the work of the CARICOM Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, referred to as CARICOM Impacts, an agency for which Trinidad and Tobago provides financial subscription, and the Regional Security System, RSS, is equally of great import as part of our regional facilities to enable and facilitate support for each other. All of our CARICOM members, Trinidad and Tobago included, who have access to these CARICOM facilities, avail themselves of their services for myriad purposes. It would be very wrong not to acknowledge that work and the support which those agencies bring to our efforts. This country is engaged in a very serious battle to get the upper hand on crime, to which all of CARICOM is committed. We in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and within our CARICOM family, recognize that the task is one which calls for mature reflection, a commitment to purpose, and an embrace of rational discussion and collaboration within the framework of all applicable laws, recognizing the support which the executive must necessarily give to law enforcement agencies and efforts within the region. If it turns out that on the advice which they received from the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, that members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service misunderstood that advice and or misstepped, that will be for the Commissioner of Police to determine according to law, and the law will take its course. Trinidad and Tobago will attend to any and all of its consequential liability, such as may legitimately arise. But what should be made abundantly clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that all available lawful measures must be employed to continue with unhindered law enforcement action against the criminal element, and these measures must proceed without let or hindrance and without hesitation. In this matter, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service will continue to be supported even as the state acknowledges and respects the rights of all citizens. I say no more at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Opuchis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 24-4, could I ask the Attorney General, Mr. Attorney General, will you now concede that you have abused the standing orders of this Parliament under parliamentary privilege and attacked a sitting judge of the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago?
I repeat the opening remarks of the statement which I read, member. Let me add immediately that nothing that I say here in this statement falls outside of our permitted hierarchical judicial structure, tiered, T-I-E-R-E-D, meaning there are different levels, tiered to include within the hierarchy of our Supreme Court that judges at first instance may make errors in the discharge of their judicial functions, and the Court of Appeal exists to correct those errors. It is pellucid that I have not offended the standing orders.
Introduction of bills. The Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings, Amendment Bill 2023, in the name of the Attorney General. Bill number 2. The Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2023, Bill 2023, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Right. Before we proceed, I'd like to call on the member for Barataria San.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hereby seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 32.2 to raise a matter directly concerning the privileges of the House of Representatives pertaining to the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Senator Reginald T.A. Amo, SC, who deliberately misled the Standing Finance Committee and by extension the House of Representatives. On the 5th of May 2023, during the SFC, I inquired from Senator Amo, when will he provide a list of all of the attorneys who would be collecting fees pursuant to Head 02-00123 fees under the Office of the Attorney General, as he had undertaken to so provide at the SFC held on the 11th of October 2022. I further informed the SFC that the Attorney General did not provide the information to Parliament as he promised. During the SFC on the 5th of May 2023, Senator Amo responded as follows, and I quote, "Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. With the greatest of respect to the member for Barataria San, I do believe that this House would record that I have provided a record to this House, a summary listing for the 19th of June 2021 to the 3rd of March 2023 with the names of attorneys. I actually have the listing here, and I have to flip it many times, the names of all of the attorneys up to a total of $206,052,968.49. So that the categorical lapse of error on the part of my learned friend's memory does him a disservice. The information has already been provided," end quote. I then indicated to Senator Amo that the information was not provided as members of the opposition did not have sight of it, and the record was not placed on the rotunda as is customarily done. Further, diligent searches were made on the Parliament website and Hansard, and the information was not provided. I further inquired of the date on which the record was provided. Senator Amo responded as follows, and I quote, "I will give that date, but I am unable to say today categorically that it is available. It has been provided," end quote. The breakdown of legal fees has not been provided by Senator Amo. As such, Senator Amo has willfully and or intentionally misled the Parliament, as he knew or ought to have known the statement he made was a deliberate untruth. It was false and incorrect. Erskine May's Treatise on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament, Chapter 15 on members deliberately misleading the House states, the Common may treat the making of a deliberately misleading statement as a contempt. Further, according to David McGee's Parliamentary Practice in New Zealand, 3rd edition, it requires 3 elements to establish that a member is in contempt by reason of a statement that he or she has made in the House. 1, the statement must in fact have been misleading. 2, it must be established that the member making the statement knew or ought to have known at the time that the statement was made that it was incorrect. And 3, in making the statement, the member must have intended to deliberately mislead the House. It is submitted that the statement was misleading. At the time, Senator Amo knew that the statement was incorrect, and the statement could have only been made to deliberately mislead the House for the following reasons. 1, Senator Amo is the office holder in charge of providing the Parliament with the necessary disclosure of legal fees paid under Head 02-00123 fees. 2, he indicated boldly that the information was provided. 3, at the time of making the statement, he had the opportunity to check the records to determine if and when the breakdown of legal fees was provided to Parliament. The fact that Senator Amo has knowledge of the matter with easy, ready, and available access to records, there is a ready presumption that he made the statement with the intention to mislead the House. Based on the foregoing, Senator Amo has deliberately made a misleading statement. He has committed a contempt of the Parliament and abused his privilege as a member of Parliament. As such, I submit that Senator Amo has committed a breach of privilege of the House. In this regard, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I refer this matter for your urgent attention and determination. Thank you very much.
Well said.
Honourable members, I am in receipt of the request for leave to raise a privilege matter in accordance with Standing Order 32 of the House of Representatives as presented from the statement of Barataria Sanwan. The request for leave to raise the privilege matter in accordance with Standing Order 32 of the House of Representatives, a decision will be reserved for a subsequent sitting.
Bill number 2, the Finance, Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2023, Bill 2022-23, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2023, Bill 2023, be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2023, Bill 2023, be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled the Trinidad and Tobago National Council on Alcoholism Incorporation Amendment Bill 2023 be read a first time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trinidad and Tobago National Council on Alcoholism Incorporation Act 1977. Public business, government business, motions.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Finally. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that this House adopt the second report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the third session, 2022-2023. 12th Parliament, on the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives met on Friday, the 5th of May, and agreed to proposals with respect to 1. A supplementation of the appropriation for the financial year 2023 in the sum of $3,852,055,829 and a variation of the appropriation in the sum of $100 million to fund urgent and critical recurrent and capital needs to September the 30th, 2023. These proposals are being sought by way of the Finance Supplementation and Variation of Appropriation, Financial Year 2023, Bill 2023. So, Deputy Speaker, the details of the proposed changes were circulated to all members of the Standing Finance Committee and discussed at its meeting on Friday, at which time clarification was sought with respect to some of the proposed changes to the appropriation for financial year 2023. It is instructive to note that responses were given immediately on Friday to some of the issues raised and a further undertaking was given to supply subsequent responses. Earlier today, I authorized the replies to the various questions that were asked at the Standing Finance Committee on Friday for circulation to members. And I assume that the Parliament circulated these replies. Quite detailed, I must say. At this juncture, let me advise this House that the supplementary appropriation of $3,852,055,829 affects 22 heads of expenditure and comprises recurrent expenditure of $3,496,694,796 and development program expenditure of $355,361,033. Further, the variation of appropriation, which complements this supplementation, affects only recurrent expenditure and involves an increase to one head of expenditure and a decrease to one head of expenditure, namely an increase of $100 million for the Ministry of Works and Transport and a decrease of $100 million for the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Members are advised that the source of funds for the supplementary appropriation will be met from the consolidated fund as well as from loan financing if required. At this point in time, I'm very pleased to announce that the government's overdraft is in very good shape. And unlike the lean years, when we in finance looked at the overdraft every single day, we still do, but not in the same way, and became quite anxious when the overdraft hit 90% and 95% and sometimes 99% and so on, meaning that there was only money to run the country for a couple of days. Today, the overdraft is at 39%. And for a few weeks prior was at 35%. So we have available to us another $5 to $6 billion in the overdraft. So we may not need to engage in loan financing. We will if necessary. And let me also debunk statements made by the opposition that it is the government's intention to withdraw money from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Nothing could be further from the truth. During the debate, the proposals contained in the bill will be addressed by various members of government. Additional funding is required to cover liabilities on hand and to meet expenditure to the end of the fiscal year. The supplementary appropriation of just over $3.8 billion affects the following 22 heads: the President, 01, Auditor General, 02, the Parliament, 05, Service Commissions, 06, Statutory Authorities Service Commission, 07, Office of the Prime Minister, 13, Tobago House of Assembly, 15, Ministry of Finance, 18, Pensions and Gratuities, 20, Ministry of National Security, 22, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, 23, Ministry of Education, 26, Ministry of Health, 28, Ministry of Public Utilities, 39, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, 40, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, 42, Ministry of Works and Transport, 43, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, 61, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, 64, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, 65, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, 78, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, head 79. So all of those numbers are the various heads. The details of the proposed supplementation for the various heads are in the report of the Standing Finance Committee. And as you may recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we had quite a long debate. I think I recall leaving here close to 9 o'clock on Friday. And as I said, we gave responses on that day, and we have circulated the balance of responses today. Dealing specifically with the variation of appropriation in the sum of 100 million, this is required to realign the provision in the fiscal accounts in accordance with the new assignment of responsibility to the Minister of Works and Transport for the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, with effect from the 3rd of March 2023, as published in the Gazette, Volume 62, number 38, dated 13th February 2023. This variation facilitates an increase of $100 million under Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, with a commensurate decrease under Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I indicated, we had quite a lengthy debate on Friday. We had quite a lengthy discussion, on the supplementation of appropriation. All members will have the documentation with respect to the deliberations in the Standing Finance Committee, and will be aware of the supplementation, for example, the Auditor General in the amount of $1,493,000, the Parliament in the amount of $14,591,000, Service Commissions in the sum of $3,566,000, Tobago House of Assembly in the amount of $100 million, and so on. I don't think I need to belabor the House and repeat the discussion that we had on Friday, or do I need to go into the details of the supplementation, since we had, as far as I can recall, a discussion that lasted at least 7 hours on Friday on every single head, item, and sub-item. I would simply like to draw members' attention again to the fact that the supplementation for Head 18, Ministry of Finance, does not involve any expenditure by the Ministry of Finance per se, and that is a supplementation in the amount of $313,724,596. And that is a supplementation to the Infrastructure Development Fund. And the way the Infrastructure Development Fund works, the appropriation is placed in the Ministry of Finance for distribution to other ministries. So this particular supplementation of $313,724,596 will be distributed in this way. Of that total, Head 26, the Ministry of Education, will receive $105,876,289. And this would be for the development program, because the Infrastructure Development Fund was specifically set up many years ago, 15 years ago or so, to allow state enterprises to carry out work on behalf of ministries, so that the $105 million that will be given as a supplementation to the Ministry of Education through the Infrastructure Development Fund will be for refurbishment, repair, construction work, etc., on schools of various types. The Ministry of Health is receiving from the Ministry of Finance's IDF allocation the sum of additional $78,271,000, and that would be for construction work, payment for Arima Point Fortin Hospitals, the new admin building, and so on. San Fernando Teaching Hospital. Head 48 is being supplemented through the Infrastructure Development Fund. Ministry of Trade will receive $9.8 million for the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate project. Head 79, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, is being supplemented in the amount of $103,192,097 for various work, refurbishment work, construction work, such as work at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, Skinner Park, Dwight York Stadium, etc. Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, is being supplemented through the Ministry of Finance, Infrastructure Development Fund, in the amount of $16,585,210 to meet outstanding payments for the construction of the Desperados Pan Theatre and the Arapita Avenue Enhancement Project. So I just want to repeat that this supplementation to the Ministry of Finance is really for onward distribution to other ministries. As I said, I don't want to belabor the House and rehash the discussion that we had on Friday. Mr. Deputy Speaker, how much time do I have?
You finish at 3:39.
Thank you, sir. I have 33 minutes. Thank you. Let me give some information now, since we have to look at revenue and expenditure as we go forward in terms of how we're going to fund and allocate funding for the items covered in the report of the Standing Finance Committee. The original estimate of revenue for fiscal 2023 was $56,175.4 million. The budgeted expenditure for fiscal 2023 was $57,684.6 million, which gave an estimated deficit at the time in September of 2022 of $1,509.2 million, which was less than 1% of GDP at the time. The projected revenue now for the year is expected to be somewhere in the region of $1 billion less than original estimates. And expenditure, of course, because we are supplementing the appropriation, will be more. But let me deal with some issues in the public domain, because we have a lot of uninformed people in Trinidad and Tobago who make comments that have no basis in reality, among others, and make up their own data. So let me inform honorable members, and by extension the national community, the actual weighted average prices of local crude and the actual country-weighted average netback prices for natural gas over the 6-month period. And let me start by saying it's a fallacy perpetuated by people who should know better, that when a minister of finance, whether it is me or my predecessors, states an oil price and a gas price in the budget, the oil price is the weighted average price of local crude, and therefore it is not WTI, it is not Brent, or any other international price. It is the actual price estimated, or the price that is estimated for our local crude, and we get crude from all sources. We have different types of crude in Trinidad and Tobago. We have light, sweet crude off our east coast. We have heavier crude on land, and different types of crude in different areas, whether it is shallow water in the western part, whether it is shallow water in the eastern part, and so on. So that I can put into the record that the weighted average local crude oil and condensate price, because condensate is also subject to supplemental petroleum tax. For October, the month in which we debated the budget, it was $93.26. That was a local weighted average country price for crude, a little higher than our budget estimate of $92.50. In November, it dropped to $90.39, weighted average local crude price. December, $76.87. January, $78.62. February, $78.40. March, $73.35. And those of us who follow oil prices will know about the extreme volatility of oil prices. For example, if one was looking at oil prices today, it has reached as high as $77 today. Currently trading at, Brent is currently trading at $76.41, but it reached as high as $77.60 today. A week ago, Brent was below 70. So Brent has changed by 10% in 1 week. So that there is extreme volatility in the oil sector, many different reasons. You have projections of demand. Demand is one of the things that affects oil prices. One looks at the US economy, one looks at the largest economies in the world, United States, China, Europe, and so on, EU region. And traders will make a projection based on demand when they look at the growth in the advanced economies of the world and the consumers of oil. They would make a projection as to what they think the demand for oil will be in the months to come. And then they will look at supply. And oil prices are affected by that. Oil prices are also affected by geopolitical events, most notably the war in Ukraine, but there are other geopolitical events. Oil prices are also affected by the strength of the US dollar, because the United States dollar is the currency that oil prices is benchmarked in. When the US dollar appreciates and strengthens against the yen, against the euro, and so on, that causes oil prices to drop. When it weakens, that causes oil prices to rise. So when I look at the weighted average local crude price for the half year, the average that we have is $81.27, which is just about $11 less than our budget projection. And that has affected the revenue to some extent. However, let's go to the other element of revenue from petroleum, where there is so much misinformation, it's not funny. The netback price for LNG in Trinidad and Tobago in October was a staggering $17.45. Let me repeat that. The netback price for gas in October was a staggering $17.45 for LNG. Domestic netback prices were $7.19. The monthly weighted gas price, comparing gas from LNG supply, netback, and gas from local petrochemical industries, the monthly weighted gas price for October of 2022, the first year of the half year, first month of the half year, was $11.61. For November, the monthly netback LNG price was $7.00. The domestic price, $6.71. The weighted country gas netback price for that month, November, $6.22. In December, the LNG netback price was $6.99, actually $7. And the domestic gas price was $6.59. And the
weighted average, because of volumes, $6.72. January, the LNG netback price, $6.29. Domestic gas price, $6.11. The average for that month, netback, $6.16. February, $5.07 for the LNG netback price. Domestic price, $5.23. Monthly weighted gas price, $5.19. March, as we have seen, there has been a decline in gas prices around the world. $4.15 for LNG, $4.15 for domestic, with a monthly weighted average of $4.12. The end result of all of this is that, taking into account the netback prices for gas from October 22 to March 23, the domestic gas prices for gas, October 22 to March 23, the monthly weighted average for the first half of the fiscal year for gas, netback price, $6.98. So therefore, the netback prices we are getting for natural gas is, or the price is better than our budget estimate. So the oil is lower, the gas is higher. And as a result, when one looks at the revenue for the first half of the fiscal year, the revenue projected based on the budget estimates was $28.48 billion. The actual revenue received for the period October 22 to March 23 was $27.4 billion, just $1 billion less. So we're not doing as badly as some people would like the country to believe. And I will explain why we are doing well in a little while. And I think I need to keep hammering home that point that I will make in a little while. But the main areas where we got less revenue than we thought we would, believe it or not, was value-added tax. And the reason is that when we project revenue from value-added tax, which is another thing that many uninformed people do not know, it's a net figure. So the more refunds that we pay out, the lower the net revenue from value-added tax for the year. And we have accelerated the rate of VAT refunds within the last couple of months, so that our net revenue from VAT has been $850 million lower than we thought it would be, because we increased the level of VAT refunds that we planned to give by $800 million. We have been affected by royalties. Royalty is a direct correlation between volume and price, so that if oil prices are lower, and if volumes are not as high as we thought they would be, then you will get lower royalties. But I'm very happy to announce that whereas we have received a decrease in VAT revenue, or we have experienced a decrease in VAT revenue, and a decrease in royalties from oil and gas, we have experienced an increase in taxes on incomes and profits from other companies. And other companies also include, and that is a little known fact, that the Inland Revenue Department categorizes companies into two categories: oil and gas and other companies. But other companies would include all of the service sector, financial sector, manufacturing sector, etc., would also include the petrochemical sector. So we've had quite significant receipts from the petrochemical sector in the first half of the year, and taxes on incomes and profits has exceeded expectations by $790 million. And that is why, when you look at the overall outturn, even though we've experienced a lower VAT collection because it's a net figure, even though we've experienced lower royalty collections, we have a considerable increase in taxes on incomes and profits. So as I said, we are not doing too badly. And I now want to explain why we are doing well in terms of revenue from the energy sector. This needs to be hammered home. Over the last 5 or 6 years, the Prime Minister and the current Minister of Energy and the former one went all over the world negotiating with the oil and gas majors who do business in Trinidad and Tobago. And it is as a result of the efforts of those honorable gentlemen that we have been able to negotiate prices for revenue from natural gas that are not a function of the Henry Hub price that most of the so-called experts in Trinidad and Tobago like to refer to. Our netback prices for gas from which we get our revenue as a country are now based, again I want to repeat, because of the hard work of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, are based on 3 benchmarks: Henry Hub, American, NBP, European benchmark, and JKM, Japanese benchmark. And if one looks at Henry Hub right now, you might see Henry Hub is $3, whatever it is, $2.50. But if you look at the NBP price in Europe, $12, $15. If you look at the JKM price, Japan, Korea, you will see it's also $12 to $15. And when you take all those together, that is why we are getting these kind of natural gas netback prices of $6, $7, $5, and so on. Whereas when you look only at Henry Hub, you will see $2.30. And I think that point needs to be made over and over. If that work had not been done by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy, we would be in big, big trouble as a country. I have about 17 minutes more, Mr. Thank you. Now, let me move along. I authorized today a press release from the Ministry of Finance, Inland Revenue Division, informing businesses that application forms for value-added tax bonds are now available online. And this would have been released to the media today. And VAT bonds will be issued with a 3-year tenor at a fixed interest rate of 3.15% per annum. The press release also indicates that only applicants being owed refunds in excess of $250,000 would be eligible to receive VAT bonds. Refunds of $250,000 or less will be paid in cash during the months of May and June of 2023. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are going to clear off every single outstanding VAT refund that is of the order of $250,000 or less in cash in the months of May and June. And that is because we are committed to the small and medium enterprise sector. And again, this is a subject of uninformed commentary. I am just amazed when people talk. The last set of VAT bonds that we issued 3 years ago, we carefully selected the interest rate and the tenor of 3 years so that persons who wish to get cash immediately could go to any commercial bank and cash their bonds at 100 cents on the dollar. That was widely publicized, widely publicized. Hundreds, I dare say thousands, of persons in receipt of these bonds were able to cash them in at the commercial bank for 100 cents on the dollar. In other words, they didn't lose 1 cent. They could cash them in for the full amount at par. Today, after consulting with the Debt Management Division of the Ministry of Finance and doing my own consultation with the commercial banking sector, we have chosen a fixed interest rate of 3.15% for the VAT bonds, and I can advise those who wish to inform themselves that the current yield curve rate for 3-year government paper is 2.9%, and therefore the rate of 3.15% is above the current borrowing rate for the government, and therefore the commercial banks have confirmed to me and the debt management unit that the bonds that we will be issuing, the $3 billion in VAT bonds, can be converted at the commercial banks at 100 cents on the dollar. So I am saying that because people need to pay attention. I saw a newspaper article when I mentioned the fact that Cabinet had approved the issuance of $3 billion in VAT bonds. I saw all kind of old talk. What kind of interest rate? Was he lent? Was he discount? There was no discount. None. It has been priced so people can get the whole 100% of the VAT bond in cash. And that's exactly what happened the last time, 3 years ago, in Trinidad and Tobago. Moving on now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think I also need to dispel some old talk. You know, it's amazing. You know, when one of the rating agencies gives a negative outlook for Trinidad and Tobago, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, etc. You know, there are people in this country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, including honorable members opposite, who jump for joy. They jump for joy if an international credit rating agency gives Trinidad and Tobago a negative outlook. Or if, on the other hand, in one of the annual consultations with the International Monetary Fund, because as members of the International Monetary Fund for 50 years, one of the many member countries, over 170 countries that are members of the International Monetary Fund, when you join that organization, you agree to certain articles of agreement. One of the articles of agreement is called Article 4. And Article 4 mandates a country to have annual consultations with the technocrats from the International Monetary Fund, who would come to Trinidad and Tobago and have meetings, not just with the government, but with the private sector, with the Chamber of Commerce, the TTMA, the oil companies, the opposition, everybody. They will come to Trinidad and Tobago for 2 weeks and have an intensive, comprehensive examination of our fiscal accounts, our energy sector performance, oil and gas production, revenues from petroleum. They would look at what is happening in the central bank. They will have meetings with the Central Statistical Office to look at the production of economic data and so on, over an intensive 2-week period. And then they produce something called an Article 4 consultation report. And when, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these Article 4 reports are published and there's something negative in it, members opposite and other people jump for joy. But you know, when the IMF publishes a positive Article 4 report, as it did on the 5th of May 2023, just 5 days ago, they vex. They all vex. They're going inside, they're looking in every word, in every semicolon, every full stop, every bracket to see what they could find that is negative. And sometimes, when they can't find anything, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they make it up. And I had the misfortune.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-6, please. Accusing the members of the opposition of fabricating and making up information to present into the public space. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's for ruling on this. Thanks.
Overrule. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know what they're so jumpy about. I wasn't talking about them yet. I am referring to a particular individual at the university who, among others of his colleagues, is always trying to pour cold water on positive news for Trinidad and Tobago. I am not referring to honorable members opposite yet. And I want to read from the IMF Executive Board 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is wrong with them? Could you ask them to stop muttering, please, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Well, I hope they will stop. On May the 5th, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on May the 5th, the IMF Executive Board published the Article 4 consultation report with Trinidad and Tobago for 2023. And I read from the official release on the IMF's website, dated May the 5th, 2023. Trinidad and Tobago's economic activity is recovering, supported by higher global energy prices and, most importantly, the rebound of the non-energy sector. Real gross domestic product, real, not nominal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please, can I ask you to ask members to be silent?
Again, members, we know what the standing order says with regards to the decorum. Each member will have the opportunity to speak. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Real GDP is estimated to have expanded by 2.5% in 2022. Now, the interesting thing about that is that when we met with the mission team at the end of its 2-week intensive mission, and they gave us their findings, the mission chief told us that he was a little surprised to tell us that the IMF's estimate of GDP growth in fiscal 2022 was higher than the estimate by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We estimated GDP growth in 2022 to be 2.0%. That's what I put in the budget documents. But the IMF, after intense interrogation, is of the view that it should really be 2.5%. But what is more interesting about this statement by the IMF Executive Board, they say the economic recovery is expected to gain broad-based momentum in 2023. Inflation is projected to slow to 4.5% by the end of 2023 and to continue declining with international prices. When one goes into the report itself, they go on to say, the authority's commitment to balancing the budget over the medium term is prudent and welcome. And they made many other positive statements. I don't have sufficient time to read out all of them. But what was interesting is in the report, they have a table. And the table is entitled Trinidad and Tobago Selected Social and Economic Indicators 2017 to 2023. And they estimate our GDP per capita in 2021 to be $17,458. It's now over $20,000 in 2023. And they have a table which gives their calculations for gross domestic product. Their estimate for 2022, as I indicated earlier, 2.5%. And in this table, they state that their estimate for 2023 is positive 3.2%. Yet I had to read some character saying that according to the data in this report, the economy is going to decline in 2023. And that is what we have to deal with in this country. Nonsense at the highest level. Let me move on to what is in the report from the Central Statistical Office. When one looks at what has been published on the CSO website for September 2022 because our Central Statistical Office has improved significantly over the last several years, the last 2 years in particular. And the IMF did make that comment in its report, indicating that, and I quote, the quality, timeliness, and coverage of statistics has improved. And when one goes to the Central Statistical Office website, one will see that for the third quarter, when one looks at the third quarter of 2022, actual figures, not estimates, the economy actually grew by 3% real GDP in the first 9 months of 2022. And we expect to get the end of year figures, December figures, in the very near future. The international standard is that this data should be available within a 6-month period. So we expect in June that we will get the fourth quarter data for 2022, and then we'll see exactly what the growth was for 2022, but we expect it to be in excess of our own estimate of 2%. What is also very, very interesting when you look at the IMF report, and this is required reading as far as I'm concerned for people who really want to understand what is going on with the Trinidad and Tobago economy. They have looked at the contribution of the non-energy sector to our economy, non-oil sector, and they estimate that the contribution of the non-energy sector in 2022 was 69.4%. In other words, more than 2/3 of our economy is now coming from the non-energy sector. And the energy sector was estimated by the IMF to have contributed 30.6% of GDP. As we go forward, the IMF is projecting that in 2023...
We have approximately 2 minutes.
2 more minutes? Thank you very much. I'm nearly done. That in 2023, the non-energy sector will contribute as much as 73% of our GDP. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the increase in the appropriation is significant, and we in finance are looking at it. We have some concerns. We would have preferred not to have to supplement the appropriation, but we think these supplementations are very, very important, and one of the main reasons why we are supplementing the appropriation in so many ministries is that we've had some very hard years in the last 7 years. And therefore, much of the supplementation is designed to clear off a backlog of bills that have accumulated, arrears, money owed to suppliers and contractors over the last 7 years. And we thought it was appropriate to do that at this time because cash is the lifeblood of industry. So we felt it was appropriate to increase the appropriation by this $3.8 billion. As I said, much of this is intended to pay off outstanding bills and arrears to suppliers and contractors who have been very, very patient for the last 7 years. I also wish to indicate that together with the VAT bonds of $3 billion and the cash bonds that we have already issued and will issue,
Honourable Member,
I beg to move.
Honourable Members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that this House adopt the second report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives for the third session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament, on the consideration of proposals for the supplementation and variation of appropriation for the fiscal year 2023. I recognize the member for Siparia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I join in this debate to discuss the supplementation and variation of the budgeted amounts for fiscal 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Imbert, Honourable Minister, stopped just short of calling the name, but he talked about people who were giving misinformation and so on. And I could just refer to the newspapers. Angry Imbert, and I'll say the Honourable Minister, slams the UWI Economist, and the Economist responded, and that was Mr. Roger Hussein. He responded, he said, let's have a public discussion. Let's have a public discussion. Because what the Economist was saying is that data tells a different story. And this is not new. This is not new. Every budget and every midterm review that we come to, the minister has been a very optimistic person, you know, exceedingly optimistic. And if you hear his budget themes, today is a further reflection of that. Budget Statement 2016, restoring confidence and building trust. Let us do this together. Has that happened? No. Budget Statement 2017, shaping a brighter future. A blueprint for transformation and growth. Has that happened? No. Budget Statement 18, changing the paradigm, putting the economy in a sustainable path. Has that happened? No. Budget Statement 2019,
please.
Turn around. There has been no turnaround. Budget Statement 2020, stability, strength, growth. Has that happened? No. Budget Statement 21, resetting the economy for growth and innovation. No growth and no innovation. Budget Statement 2022, resilience in the face of a global pandemic. Has not happened. We are worse off today than we were before the since before the pandemic. Budget Statement, which is the one we are now doing the midterm review for, 2023. Tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. The only tenacity I see and stability is the Honourable Minister of Finance keeping his optimism going in spite of all the data telling a different story. So, all these themes, you know, Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members, I almost said dearly beloved, because we are not here today to celebrate a wedding contract or a contract with the people, by the people, for the people, to improve the quality of their lives. Nothing of that we heard from the Honourable Minister. And so it is further, Minister, always the optimist, only surpassed by his Gollum grin. Some may say his clownish grin, but I will not be so unkind because the minister has a nice grin, an engaging grin. But all of this is happening whilst the people of Trinidad and Tobago are suffering. Today in this chamber, we are looking at the government's performance and spending through this midterm review. This review is an essential component of the national budget, and the proceedings now are of great importance to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It is not an exercise in simple number crunching, not just arithmetic, moving figures from column A to column B. We have often said the economy of a nation is not about numbers, but about the people of the nation. What we do here will impact on their lives and their livelihoods. Every man, every woman, every child of this country, this will impact on the quality of their lives and livelihoods. It will impact their ability to take care of their families, to send their children to school, to pursue their hopes and aspirations. The dreams and aspirations of people of TNT can only grow when our economy grows for all. Likewise, if our economy remains stagnant or if it falls, then the hopes and aspirations are also dashed. And so for the past 7 years, we have faced very tremendous economic challenges and social challenges. In that time, this government, this Minister of Finance, has presented 8 national budgets, 8 mid-year review statements, none of which have had any impact in encouraging economic growth or inspiring confidence that the economic well-being of a nation will improve. I say sadly that this latest review, no different, follows the same tragic pattern set by the minister, devoid of ideas, of imagination, devoid of substance. The only ideas here that we can see, ways that the Minister of Finance has attempted to really, may call it statistical conmanship, but I will not use that word. But to use the data,
Remember?
I will not use the word.
But what you did. So
I did, so I pulled back conmanship.
Let's omit it for the records, please.
Statistical ways really to obfuscate, to distract with respect to the real state of the economy. So the last thing we can describe this economy as is one that is good or it's not as bad. The minister I noticed was, you know, it's not so bad as the prophets are saying. It's not so bad as the economists are saying. But the point remains, it is still bad. It is bad. The economy is bad. And people are suffering in this country. And this exercise today, where the government is asking for $4 billion more, the minister has not told us in any way how this will improve the quality of life of the people of our country. So despite what the minister says, there is no recovery, none whatsoever. And last, when this budget was read, the 2023 budget, I said it was a budget to wage war on the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so they have continued to wage war on the people of our country. Devastation, destruction, destroying more lives, more jobs, more infrastructure, more businesses, more food production, more schools. And there is more war than we have in the Ukraine with Putin and Zelensky and all of NATO combined. That is the war being waged in Trinidad and Tobago. Because when we look at crime, and we cannot not speak about crime today, and what is in this midterm review will give us any greater hope that the criminality, the home invasions, the fear, insecurity of citizens, what is in here to help us? What is here to help us? We look at the supplementation, and we look at the Ministry of National Security. We look under the TTPS, which I'll go into that detail in a moment. But when we listen to the Minister of Finance, I'm sure the rest of the country kept also, like me, hoping that he would address how this additional almost $4 billion would deal with this major issue of crime. Last year, Deputy Speaker, we recorded the highest murder rate in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are well on our way to another record-breaking number when it comes to murder, over 600 last year. And this tragic and shameful milestone that will be more than enough to give any government pause to make them urgently consider their policy towards national security. Instead of this, in the face of widespread bloodshed, coupled with an outbreak of brazen home invasions and robberies, TNT has a prime minister who decided instead to go golfing instead of addressing the bloodshed in Trinidad and Tobago. Businesses, whether you're small, medium, or large, they're all living in fear. How does this mid-year review address the wanton crime in our country? Minister of Finance today stood here today and never one moment, 1 second, paused for a cause to tell us how we will deal with the scourge of crime. So it means that not a single cent of this $4 billion will really go to improving safety and security. So let's look at what happened in this midterm review. Let's look at the issue of national security. The government is asking for an additional amount of monies for national security, supplementation, in the sum of 76, I think, yes, $76 million. The supplementation is for $76 million on the head National Security, head 23, sorry, National Security, and the sub-item deals with the SSA. And in that, it says that this additional money under item 04, 009, 02, SSA, $76 million. Supplementary funding is required to facilitate the upgrade of security software and the installation, training, and initial operation of a dedicated data connectivity solution for the National Closed Circuit Television. We know it as CCTV network. But guess what?
Let's adjust your mic, please. We are hearing you slightly faint. Let's adjust your mic.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So where you were speaking from here. We're hearing you a little faint, right?
Okay, thank you so much. Under the Ministry of National Security, we are looking at the item dealing with the SSA, where $76 million has been requested in this supplementation for the CCTV network. But what is interesting, it is for the period October 2022 to February 2023. That money is not as we go forward. That money is going backward up to February. And then when we look at the answers given in the committee meeting, the SFC meeting, what happened? We are now paying for, as I say, October 2022 to February 2023. But we have the rest of the fiscal year. So we are increasing the sum that will take us only up to 2023 February. And listen to this, sir, honorable members. The status of the 1,796 CCTV cameras are detailed in Table 3 of the report that we got from the SFC. And it should be noted that the status of the cameras changes on a daily basis, and the information presented is at May 8th, so very recently, as at May 8th. And this information tells us there are a total number of cameras, 1,796 cameras, as at May 8th. I don't know if that's less or more as of today's date, but I think it should be about the same, 1,796. Fully functional. Out of those fully functional, 967 cameras. Functional with limitations, 314. Non-functional, 515. So if this money is to go up to February only, and as on May 8, we have a total of 829 that are partly functional or totally non-functional, what's going to happen? Your money is only up for February. What's going to happen with these CCTV cameras where we have not properly functioning plus a non-functioning 829 CCTV cameras? I mean, are we really serious? In this parliament, are we serious that we care about the suffering and the criminality out there in the country when you're taking this $76 million and you have already spent $243 million budgeted in October 2023 for fiscal 23, $243 million plus this $76 million, a total of $319 million, and yet 829 of these cameras are not properly functioning. Can we feel happy when we leave here today? We will pass this because you pass it with your votes, and we will pass it because we want to improve the camera system, but are we serious? The CCTV cameras are so important. Remember our daughter Andrea Barrett, may her soul rest in peace. Remember the issue with the CCTV cameras up there in other parts of the country. And we come here today and say we're only going up to February when 829 cameras are not properly working. I don't think we are serious in this House. I mean, the greatest respect to the government. Please get your act together because we will have to return and rescue Trinidad and Tobago at some point in time. So we are talking about supplementation. I've spoken about the criminality. I'm looking how this will help us when we come to fight crime. And when we look at the details of the supplementation, let me deal with the variation in one sentence only. The variation is only one variation. We're removing money from the secondary roads company out of the Ministry of Local Government. We are moving it into the Ministry of Works. After the big celebration, we are putting this 100 million into local government to deal with secondary roads and whatever. 1 year later, what has happened? We are moving into the Ministry of Works. This then, it seems to me, is another step in emasculation of the Minister of Local Government by removing the one thing that he had there to help people in the local government system. You've taken the money out and given it to Works. Now, we had the local government bodies, the corporations, when this was announced, it was with excitement because some money was actually being given because the local roads are so bad, etc., etc. And all the corporations, our corporations, manned by UNC councillors, wrote to the Minister of Local Government, setting out the listing of roads and so on. These are the ones we would like you to give priority. What has become of that? Is that now to be passed over to the Minister of Works? And is it now that we are giving jurisdiction to the Minister of Works for the secondary roads? And is that really lawful? Because secondary roads have always fallen under the local government. You talk about local government reform. You want to improve local government, and yet you have further emasculated local government in this regard. And, of course, the Minister of Local Government. So that's one variation. The other items in this mid-year review have to do with supplement and adding. So government wants about $4 billion more and to be sourced out of the consolidated fund to meet expenditure on the several heads. Personal expenditure. Personal, we talk about wages and salaries and so on. Pensions. Also on the goods and services. Under minor equipment. Current transfers and subsidies. Current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. And development program under the IDF and the DP program, as we see. Out of this $4 billion, the largest chunk is going to statutory transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, $633.8 million. And I'll get back to that in a moment, sir. Personal expenditure is a whopping 28.4. Goods and services, 661 million. Minor equipment, 52 million. Current transfers, 2 million. That one we'll come back to in a moment because the current transfers, not for statutory bodies, but to households, to help people, income support, food support, and so on. That's an important area given the high inflation and the high food prices. So here we are. We look at the expenditure, we look at the deficit, and the minister spoke a bit about revenue and deficit and so on, but from my calculations, and he will correct me, I'm sure he will, because we always get the data wrong. He's the only one who gets it right. And I don't believe anything he says. I never believe him. So we look at the expenditure, look at the revenue. Those are the areas that we want to look at. And for the minister, we talk about how much came in on revenue, how much came in terms of expenditure. But the point is that the revenue has fallen, seriously fallen. If my memory serves me right, it's about $1 billion less. So it's not so bad. Minister says it's not so bad. But I don't believe him. It is very bad out there. When last did you go out in a supermarket not to buy air conditioning and a generator, but went out there to buy food? When last did you do it? And you will know how bad it is for people who cannot. You know, we talk about the TTPS, we talk about the national security, and the officers, there are many officers, they are great officers, but they are so seriously low in morale because their money cannot buy them the things they need to feed their families. And we see nothing here to help them with that. I am told in the police stations, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the officers have to carry their own toilet paper, their own essentials. If they have to print a file, I'm talking about the criminality and where do we see anything more for the TTPS in this regard? They don't have paper. And if they do have paper, they don't have a printer. And if they do have a printer, it doesn't have ink. So even in their duties, they are under-resourced. And their morale is exceedingly low at this time. I remember when we were in government, when the police were asking for X% in their salary increases, and it was taking time time and time for that to happen with the negotiations and so on with the CPO. And my government then took a decision that we will give every police officer $1,000 allowance, tax-free. Today, they are still getting that $1,000. But given the negotiations with that government, they are indeed in a very sad and very difficult place. So, Deputy Speaker, as I'm saying, I don't see any better way of life coming out of what has happened here. Minister talked about the VAT. Let's talk a little bit about the VAT. Minister is talking about VAT being, he's going to pay these bonds, VAT bonds. Refunds for 250,000 will be able to get VAT bonds in cash under 250,000. The minister said refunds $250,000 or less cash, May and June. Collect your cash. How many persons will benefit from this? Minister told us last week it was about $7.8 billion in VAT refunds that are owed to people. It is their money. So how much out of that $7.8 billion will be covered in the cash payments? How much will it be? Minister told us $1 to $2 billion of the refunds owed will be paid in cash. So it means the bulk of it will be for people to take bonds. Get your VAT refunds in bonds. The current yield curve for a 3-year government paper is 2.9%. So this rate is above the current borrowing rate for the government, 2.9%. And the bonds, well, there's a whole story about the bonds that people go to get the bonds discounted. They go there, they use a middleman because they want the money. They need to run their businesses are in trouble. They want to run their business. And when you give bonds of money that is, this belongs to the people, you don't give them interest, you know. No interest. Owing the people $7.8 billion people owed. You just say, come and collect it when I'm ready. Collect cash. Those people the 250,000 or less. Take a bond. I want to read an article here from the Sunday, May 7th, Trinidad Guardian. The headline is VAT and Unemployment. In a recent Senate debate, Finance Minister Colin Imbert said, government still owed $7.8 billion worth of VAT refunds yet to be returned to businesses. That's right, not a typo. $7.8 billion in outstanding refunds accumulated over the years. At least Mr. Imbert offered a glimmer of hope by also stating that the government plans to reduce the amount considerably through a combination of $1 billion to $2 billion in cash and $3 billion in bonds, a kind of IOU that allows the government to kick the repayment can further down the road. That will still leave between $2.8 billion and $3.8 billion outstanding based on Mr. Imbert's own numbers. So you're not going to give the bonds to everyone. You're going to give to some of them in your own words that the Honourable Minister told us in the Senate, leaving between 2.8 and 3.8 billion outstanding. And to this end, and to end this problem for good, we must assume the government will get its act together and speed up new refunds from now on. So, yes, it's good news. People may be happy. Those with the 250,000 and less, that they can go in and collect their cash. But we've heard it before, so we'll wait until it happens to believe it. Moving along, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the VAT bonds. Let's talk a bit about the deficit, because Minister spent some time talking about revenue and expenditure. And deficit has to do with revenue and expenditure. The original estimate of revenue was $6.1 billion. The original estimate of expenditure was $57.6 billion. The estimated deficit, $1.5 billion. Can I get a time check, please, sir?
4:26. So you just have approximately 22 minutes.
I thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy. So we have the original estimates of revenue, original estimates of expenditure. And then when the minister came to us last year to read the 2023 budget statement, minister estimated that the deficit would be $1.5 billion, 1.5. And he was very happy, very excited, very happy. He was seen clearly then because the deficit was far less than the 12 billion that was in a previous year and so on. But when we now take this supplementation of 3.8 billion, almost 4, the new deficit will now be $6.3 billion. We have to add them together. So at that time, what government did in reading the budget and presenting estimates was really to under budget or understate true expenditure. And when we raised the questions, they said, don't worry, we'll do it in the mid-year review. We'll come and increase it and so on. So to read that budget, to celebrate that you only had a 1.5 billion as a deficit, great. But really you were under budgeting. And the items that are now being supplemented in this mid-year review are items that you would have known. They have to do with paying electricity, paying WASA, paying for telephones from way back when. You knew that then. But in order to boast your deficit is only 1.5 billion, you under budgeted. Now in this one, you are coming almost in every item to increase, to add. So your deficit will now move to, as I said, when we add the two together, the original estimates plus the supplementation, 6.3 billion. But this does not take into account the 8.2 billion estimated to finance the shortfall in revenue. So we are going to have a further deficit. The real shortfall is in the region of 8.2 plus billion. So we have to take the 8.2, that shortfall, real shortfall, and add the 6.3 billion I just spoke about. So you're going to end up with a deficit, unless there's more statistical magic, of $14.5 billion. $14.5 billion in deficit. This little Trinidad and Tobago, $14.5 billion in deficit. And you know, I remember I was doing economics at a point in time at university. They talked about deficit budgeting. And this, what are the pros and cons of doing deficit budgeting? Of course, the advantages of doing deficit budgeting, that you run deficits in order to develop, to grow your economy, to diversify your economy, to create jobs, on the whole, to have a better economy and a better quality of life. But this government has been deficit budgeting throughout their term, but the quality of life is not increasing. It's not getting better. Jobs are being lost. Under this government, we've lost so many jobs. I remember under my watch, we didn't raise a single tax, and we created over 55,000 jobs. So budget deficit, you will stand up to tell me, and we'll see what the economists have to say. Yes, it's a good tool to use in development. But then you have to show that development. You have to do things. You have to have initiatives to show that development. So we could end up with a deficit of $14.5 billion. The Minister of Finance should explain what was the extent of borrowing to support expenditure in this fiscal year. Because you're spending more than your revenue stream, and therefore, did you borrow? We didn't see anything being sold in a fire sale, because that's one way to finance your deficit and your expenditure. You do it through fire sales, sell out assets. You do it through borrowings. And you do it through raiding the HSF. I didn't hear the minister talk much about the HSF. Minister talked about that he would not draw down from the HSF. That should come as no surprise, because at the end of our last fiscal year, that HSF stood at $4.7 billion, almost $1 billion less than when you came into office, because you drew down on it. And whatever investments you're doing, you'll blame the world market and so on, but you brought that HSF down. So I'm not surprised that they will not withdraw, but again, anything can happen when you need. Minister said earlier, if I can remember, he said cash, cash, cash. And so HSF is like a nest egg sitting there for a rainy day. Minister may well still go in. The heritage and stabilization of the HSF declined by US $950 million, or TT $6.5 billion. When we left office, the HSF stood at US $5.66 billion. But when we look at the Auditor General's report, which we got only this week, and I think it's laid in the House today, it was laid in the Senate last week. Fortunately, we were able to get sight of it, having been laid in the Senate. Just came here in this House today. That HSF report tells us that when we left office, HSF stood at US $5.66 billion, but auditor report says at page 26, the HSF was reduced to US $4.7 billion as of September 30th, 2022. I can't say at the moment what is the exact figure as we stand, but we know as at the end of last fiscal year, which we have the auditor's report for, it was reduced down to $4.7 billion.
Honourable Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
Thank you very much, sir.
Proceed.
I will welcome that extra time. So, talking about the revenue figures the Minister gave us, talking about the deficit, and so we're in a very bad place. We could run into a deficit, as I say, and I would ask the Minister to respond. How does the Minister intend to finance that deficit? Whether it be the $6 billion, whether it be the $14 billion, how? Are you going to borrow more? Because our borrowing level is now at the highest they've ever been. Our repayment on principal debt for loans, interest on debt, is at an all-time high. In fact, we are borrowing in the short term. In the long term, debt that will take us down the road, our children will be indebted to pay for the short term now, and still without improvement. So, Deputy Speaker, Minister spoke about the IMF. I had a long piece there, but 50 minutes would not allow me. Again, the Minister is seen clearly. He sang as he sang. He almost burst out into song in one budget debate, if you all remember. I can see clearly. I can see clearly now. All the man didn't do was sing. He was so overjoyed, but none of us else was seeing anything clearly. It's still very murky and getting murkier and murkier. The Minister spoke of the economy being on the rebound. The reality is that the economy is still below pre-pandemic levels. And given the economic projection this year, it will remain below pre-pandemic levels. Our economy declined by 7.7% in 2020, declined further by 1% in 21. The increase in 22 was 2.5%, and for 2023, they estimate 3.5%. This means that we are still in the lockdown-induced hole, and the government is still apparent to wait on oil and gas prices to rescue the economy. Other than that, what will they do? Tax, cut subsidies, squeeze the population. Because how are you going to sustain your expenditure patterns and this additional $4 billion? So on the article for IMF, yes, Minister said we wait to look for something bad in it and we spread bad news, but Minister is not Kamala talking. It's not me. It's the economists that are telling us. What you're saying is not in keeping, is not consistent with the data that is out there. The very CSO data that you spoke about. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk a minute now on there has been a decline of 17% in our national savings due to the mismanagement of our resources, and there's been total withdrawals of over $17 billion from September 2015 to December 21. And that's with the HSF. This has caused the poor state of the HSF. The supplementation now that has been asked for the Office of the Honourable Attorney General, I cannot not speak about that. We have been asked today to approve an additional $190 million. Not $190 million. Office of the Attorney General. For what? For legal fees. This is an additional amount to that already allocated in October 2023, in Budget 23, of $63.5 million, making a total allocation for legal fees for fiscal 2023 of $253 million. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thanks to the hard work of a legal luminary, I call him Ravi Balgobin Maharaj, did FOIAs over a year, we have discovered that over $1 billion has been paid in legal fees since this government came into office to the present time. Over $1 billion, sir, paid in legal fees. And again, we know who some of the recipients of that money is. That's fine, that's in the past. Let's talk about now. $190 million more. We asked the question in the Parliament, MP for Baratara, San Juan, brought a motion today with respect to questions he had asked where we believe an erroneous statement was made by the AG. I know that matter is under the consideration of the Deputy Speaker, so I will not go into the details of that. So we didn't get an answer in Parliament, that's the point, but we got it through the FOIA. And here we see, we asked a question in the Standing Finance Committee about who lists the attorneys who will be paid under this $190 million. Who are these people? Do we know any of them? How much are they paid? Mr. Deputy Speaker, let's give some of the names. Rafael Ajuda. I think he was given silk yesterday, Monday. Is he one of those received silk? Rafael Ajuda. Is he one of the persons who works in the, who worked in the former chambers of the present Attorney General? Just asking for a friend, Rafael Ajuda. He is one of the persons who will benefit from this $190 million. And he has already received $4.4 million under this government. Another person is Rishi Das. Is he also one who got silk on Monday? You know, the Honorable Prime Minister told us we want to give more people silk so we'll have more lawyers to choose from. So we wouldn't give the same lawyers. Well, look, it's the same person, Rishi Das. He is to benefit from this $190 million. And he has already collected $6.7 million previously. Another one is Claude Denbo, SC. He is to benefit from this, but he has already also been paid in legal fees $22.8 million. Another one is the first gentleman, Kerwin Garcia. You all know that name? Kerwin Garcia. He is to benefit from this supplementation of $190 million. And he has already received from the government, this government, the present government, $14 million. Vanessa Gopal, who I believe was one of the juniors to the present Attorney General when he was in private practice, is to benefit from this $190 million. And she also received previously $7.8 million. Fayed Hussein, Senior Counsel, is to benefit from this $190 million. And he has also received previously $28.5 million. Roger Mark Kewalsing is to benefit from this $190 million. And Deputy Speaker, I'm reading from Appendix 5 of the Standing Finance Committee report. So I'm totally within the report that we are debating at this time. Roger Mark Kewalsing is to benefit under this supplementation of $190 million. And he also received previously $18.2 million. Douglas Mans received, to receive under this 190 supplementation, 190 million supplementation. And he has also received $10 million previously. I think this is the same person the Honorable AG told us was the person from the Law Association that he discussed with. This is a person to get another set of money from the $190 million, having received previously $10 million. Moving along, Honorable Deputy Speaker, another one is Russell Martineau. He is to benefit from this $190 million. And this is a person who received $46 million previously. So, Prime Minister tells us he's putting new councils, new silk. So we'll have a wider pool to choose from, but it's the same names. They're like recurring nightmares or recurring decimals. Their names keep showing up. We have another person, Ravindra Nanga, I think, was he given silk on Monday? I don't know. He received $7.7 million. He's now to receive monies under this supplementation out of the $190 million. I think he sits also on he's appointed by the PNM government on a board somewhere. Gilbert Peterson. Ravindra Nanga is the chairman of WASA, and he's going to get some money out of this supplementation, and he also received previously 7.7. Gilbert Peterson is to receive the benefit from the supplementation, and he received previously $18 million. Rajiv Prasad, I think, was given silk on Monday, I think, and he is to receive, out of the supplementation, he is to receive monies. Michael Kwamena. I have cause to pause here because my lawyers today received a letter from Mr. Michael Kwamena. Mr. Kwamena is acting on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister in a defamation matter. In a pre-action protocol letter my lawyers sent, so we got a reply from them today. Personal lawyer of the Honorable Prime Minister, not of the Prime Minister, but of the person, Mr. MP Keith Christopher Rowley, personal lawyer. Michael Kwamena, I think he also got silk on Monday. And he is to benefit out of this $190 million. And previously, he received $8.5 million. Ravi Rajkumar, also on this list, I think he also got silk yesterday. So what you tell me you're bringing in silk to get new lawyers, so you won't have to pay the same lawyers, but it's the same names. I mean, who are we fooling? Whom are we fooling? It's recurring decimals. Ravi Rajkumar is also to benefit, got silk, and is to benefit from payments out of this, this $190 million. He also previously received $12 million. There are others, but I'll move along. So that $190 million supplementary, I can't tell you, Deputy Speaker, how much each of them are to get out of the $190 million, because the Appendix 5 doesn't so indicate. It did give the names, and when I checked back the record from the committee meeting, it actually asked for the names. We asked, our members asked, give us the names of the lawyers who will benefit from this legal fee supplementation. They gave us the names, so MP Saddam and others, you'll have to file another question and see if they will answer. If not, we'll do FYI. How much are they going to benefit out of this supplementation? Now, there's an interesting item here in the same SFC document, Vandana, 3. Same document, same Appendix 5, thank you. Same Appendix 5. There's a law firm here, General Administration, Legal Fees, as at May 4, 2023. And it's mentioned here, White and Case. Now, if we jog our memories, you remember White and Case is the law firm in Miami. When it is that sequel law was disqualified, White and Case was hired to deal with that Piarco Airport matter in Miami. And White and Case, according to this document, they are to receive monies.
Member, White and Case is included.
Yes, it's on the.
They're included in this.
Appendix 5, yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah, once it is included, fine. Yeah.
I will not breach your standing order, sir, unlike some others.
I just wanted to be sure.
Thank you. White and Case took over the case when it is the Attorney General is found in the Miami court to have not told the truth on affidavit. He was disqualified, and sequel law was disqualified. So White and Case replaced them. White and Case now.
Just under 2 minutes.
Yes, this is an important point. I will wrap. White and Case, sir, based on the information we got from the FIAs, has already received $33.8 million. $33.8 million. And here it is, they're included in this Appendix 5, in this supplementation, to get more money from legal fees out of that $190 million. What is going on here? We had already paid sequel law 23, says $57 million this case and counting more. How much is White and Case getting more? And should the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago be paying for a mistake made by the Attorney General in the Miami court? Should we be paying that? Should our taxpayers have to pay, though? already got 23.8, and we don't know how much more according to this Appendix 5. So, Deputy Speaker, my time is done. 1 minute more. I thank you for the time in making this contribution. My colleagues will indeed press on with specific items for the supplementation. And I just want to make the point, I do not feel that we've achieved anything yet today. We have not been told by the minister what are the areas in which people will benefit. Hopefully the other ministers will provide. And my colleagues will certainly drill down and persecute and prosecute this matter on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
I recognize Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me the leeway to put my entrance into today's debate into context. Growing up, one of the things I was taught is that to whom much is given, much is expected. To whom much responsibility is given, much is expected in return. And it dawned on me as I listened to the previous speaker, the member for Siparia, that we in this House may sometimes forget the privileged position that we hold. Every single one of us in this House, the 41 elected members of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And at the start of my contribution, I'd like to make the respectful submission to all other 40 members of this House that we should reflect on the responsibility that we carry, being elected by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to sit here as members of Parliament and to contribute to the development of Trinidad and Tobago. I can only speak for myself. I place on record that as a member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, I take a great sense of pride, humility, and privilege in that position. And it carries a sense of responsibility that I see continuously being uplifted by those on this side of the House, and I call on my colleagues on the other side of the House to just remind ourselves, because you see, especially towards the end of the last contribution, as I sat there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure there are many members of the population, in particular all of the civic-minded and right-thinking citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, that would be disturbed by what has become the front page of the playbook of contributions from the opposition. They personalize and they attack individuals. So it is no longer at a standard and at a level where we're talking about policies, we're talking about principles, we're talking about what is good for Trinidad and Tobago. So for the last 10 minutes, we had to be subjected by the leader of the opposition, the honorable member for Siparia, with a nitpicking and a handpicking and a personalization of certain members of our fraternity, which the honorable member for Siparia is a member of. The honorable member for Siparia carries the words, the letters SC after her name, albeit how she got it. So therefore that means that the honorable member for Siparia is expected to be a member of the inner bar, and one of the duties of Silk and inner bar members is to protect the profession, to uplift the profession. But today we're in the House, and what we had to hear is an attack on certain individuals who were awarded Silk this week, and a personalization of the amount of fees paid for them. So I'll start with that today. I condemn the personalization and the attacks on individuals who are not in the House. It is wrong, and it is not something that should be encouraged. I also say that with respect to legal fees, lest the population is concerned about our increase of $190 million to the Attorney General's office for the payment of legal fees. Just to touch very briefly on why these fees need to be paid. And the honorable member for Siparia made the job even easier because she highlighted the honorable member for Siparia highlighted the name of an individual, Ravi Balgobin Maharaj, and said this individual, Mr. Maharaj, is continuously bringing litigation against his state. So for the population to understand, every time litigation is commenced against the state under the Constitution, if it is civil litigation, meaning non-criminal, the defender of the state is the Attorney General and the Office of the Attorney General. So you see, if you're in a pandemic as a government attempting to save lives and preserve lives, and you face a barrage of litigation, all of which are associated by those on the other side, it is the responsibility of the government to defend the litigation. So to come here where you, on the other side, are driving up the cost of litigation to the state, and the state and the Attorney General must defend the litigation, is a little hypocritical to come here, a little hypocritical to come here this afternoon and say, why are you asking for $190 million when you highlight one of the individuals who are being used to increase the wage bill and the cost of litigation to the state? So that is what this is about. The payment of $190 million. Was he standing order?
No, member.
Was he standing order?
Member for Siparia, please, members on both sides. Again, member for Siparia, you have to give me the point of order. Proceed.
So you see, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. And exactly what, you see, what is good for Peter isn't good for Paul.
48.6. It is the constitutional right of every citizen to have access to a court of law.
Overruled.
And that is so. And it is also the responsibility of the Attorney General and the Office of the Attorney General to responsibly defend every piece of litigation that is brought against the state. And that comes at a cost. So what the honorable member before was highlighting and attempting to make a point about $190 million towards the Office of the Attorney General for the payment of fees, it is also correct to put it into context. It was not me that called the name of any individual. It was not me that said that they received information via Freedom of Information Act. So let the population know that consistently, many times a week, those associated with the other side, coming out of the chambers of a former Attorney General for the opposition, are filing these Freedom of Information applications, litigation, etc., that have to be defended by the state and is done at a cost to the taxpayer.
That we are here to discuss the budget and the allocations, and this motion is not about the
Thank you. Overruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is as a direct response and reply to the last 10 minutes that we sat quietly and listened to from the honorable member for Siparia. And I will end on this point with that context of the very loose contribution, the very flat contribution that was made previously. I can also assure the population, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the payment of the fees that was focused on by the honorable member for Siparia in the last 10 to 15 minutes of her contribution, none of those payments of fees to the Office of the Attorney General, by the Office of the Attorney General, to all of the lawyers that were listed, one by one, with the amounts of fees paid by the honorable member for Siparia, none would be subject to any kickback to anyone in the Office of the Attorney General or anyone associated to the Attorney General or on any senator of the PNM. Because that is not how this government or this party behave. So moving on now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because you see, you can't play mass and frayed powder. So the honorable member for Siparia cannot come here and pontificate to us about legal fees and who is getting legal fees and who gets silk and not allow the population to have that put in a proper context. And I know it hurts. And now to get, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to what we've come here today, because we heard nothing about what we really came here today to deal with. So allow me the opportunity. Today we're here to really deal with the mid-year review of our budgetary cycle. And the revenue generated is one area that I'd like to start on. Because you see, again, towards the end of the former speaker's contribution, it was stated, well, there are no ideas, there's just hope for oil and gas, etc. But the reality of Trinidad and Tobago and our ability to raise revenue and to have revenue streams in Trinidad and Tobago is directly related to the hydrocarbon sector, and in particular, oil and gas. So for the population, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're here today to deal with the raising of an additional just over $3 billion in needed revenue for expenditure to run the country. We heard the Honorable Minister of Finance say that will be paid for from the consolidated fund and, if necessary, from borrowing from financial institutions. So let us focus on how revenue is generated by oil and gas. Oil is a simple one. You pull the oil out of the ground and we sell the oil. Gas. Our gas revenues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are derived by upstream production, the midstream, which is really the National Gas Company, and Atlantic LNG, who take the gas. Because the gas that is pulled from the wells only go to one of two places in Trinidad and Tobago. Firstly, in the midstream, to NGC, who will then sell it on, or to Atlantic LNG, who produce LNG. The gas from the midstream is then onward sold and produced by something called a petroleum chemical industry, which is ammonia, methanol, urea, UAN, or in the sale of LNG. And for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we also derive our electricity production, our electricity generation from the use of natural gas. But we're talking about revenue. So we make revenue in upstream from those who explore and produce natural gas. We make revenue from our National Gas Company, and we make revenue from Atlantic LNG in the midstream, and then we make revenue, as you heard the Minister of Finance touch on, from our petchem production, ammonia, methanol, urea, UAN, as well as from the production and sale of LNG, which is liquefied natural gas. Just to let the population as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, understand through you, the conversation that we hear taking place today and the attempts to misconstrue the situation of Trinidad and Tobago and the attempts to paint us in a bad light are the furthest thing from reality. So you will hear some talk about a decrease in production. The answer is yes. Oil and gas in every territory goes through a natural decline and decrease. And on average, it is between 10 to 15 to 20% of natural decline. What that means, as you're pulling oil out of a well or you're pulling natural gas out of a well, you could expect the amount of production to decrease a year by 15% in the case of Trinidad and Tobago. We are a mature province. No matter how they try to change that, and those on the other side try to sell it, you cannot produce gas where it does not exist. When you have been exploiting gas for decades and using it, it means that those gas resources will be declining. What I can say is anybody who comes into Trinidad and Tobago to run the energy sector will face that issue. So to pretend from the outside that there's some magical field somewhere that should be exploited and they're not, is to completely mislead the population of Trinidad and Tobago. It also takes time to produce these fields. And what you have seen is that we have managed to shorten that time frame. That is one of the things that we've managed to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So we are a mature province. But I'd like to just touch on what it is that we faced and how we've dealt with it and the tangible results that we can now benefit from, as you heard the Minister of Finance talk about with respect to our revenue streams from our gas just a short while ago. So you would have heard the Minister of Finance talk about the work that was done by the Honorable Prime Minister, myself, former Minister Khan, and this is with respect to renegotiating the terms of contracts. If we did not, it is as simple as this, if we did not take the decision that we took in 2018 to have the spotlight on energy and to go and to frontally call upon the main gas producers of Trinidad and Tobago to renegotiate their contracts, we would have been in a very dire position today. And you see, I know that hurts those on the other side because they know what happened during the period of 2010 to 2015. So when we came in 2015 and you're facing an NGC that had 12 to 14 billion dollars in cash drained from its retained earnings and utilized in all manner of things, and you add to that 12 to 14 billion dollars in cash that was drained out of the company, not used in any investments for future production, any investments in infrastructure of NGC, any investments in future pipelines, future fields, but rather used in spurious projects, you then add to that $9 billion in claims against NGC, and that is what the people of Trinidad and Tobago faced. They also faced it at a time when they had decimated the ability to earn income from our major gas producer. And the country needs to understand this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the greatest of respect. So you're coming in and NGC is facing $9 billion in claims and $14 billion of its cash gone. So $23 billion in a deep, deep hole. That is what NGC was facing. And that is what we had to deal with. In addition to that, the one energy contract, new energy contract, and the only one that was negotiated during that time period, has led to NGC having to impair itself of over $4 billion in the last few years, meaning that because of the terms of the contract, during that period, that one energy contract, it has led to NGC having to book losses of about $4 billion on its books as a result of what was negotiated in that period of 2014 and 2015. So this is what we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, were facing. And what has happened is the government has taken the time, the effort, the energy, and we have literally fought at the tables of negotiation on three fronts. We have told the upstreamers we need to get better returns for Trinidad and Tobago. And I come in a short while to report to the population of Trinidad and Tobago the direct efforts of that work. So with one of our largest gas producer basically told us there is no revenue to be earned from gas as a direct result of the schemes that have been put in place, the incentives you hear about that were put in place in the period of 2012 to 2015 until 2024. So for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, understand that if this government did not have that spotlight on energy and go respectfully to the boardrooms in London, The Hague, in Houston, and elsewhere, including in Melbourne, Australia, to direct ourselves and to renegotiate certain contracts, the largest gas supply producer had said we would be earning no revenue from gas until 2024, which has not even come today. And I can report faithfully to the people of Trinidad and Tobago today that as a direct result of those interventions being led by the Prime Minister initially, and then leading the negotiations myself along with Minister Khan, with the proper technocrats, with the experts who we hired on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, including world-class lawyers, Porton and Partners, Gas Strategy, and others. As a direct result of that work that we did, we have earned where we would not have earned any revenue from that entity $14.5 billion from the time we renegotiated to the end of March. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Trinidad and Tobago understand today that as a direct effort of those works coming out of what I just described as a $23 billion hole, plus an additional $4 billion in recent impairments, which is $27 billion. The decimation of the NGC coming out of that period of 2010 to 2015 was to leave NGC in a $27 billion hole. And then we have to listen time and time again to some on the other side wanting to mislead the population about the management of the energy sector. I stand here today humbled by the people of Trinidad and Tobago, thankful for having been given the opportunity to serve Trinidad and Tobago and to go forth and fight in the boardrooms all over the world for Trinidad and Tobago, and say, in addition to the $10.5 billion that would not have been earned, we also earned another $5.4 billion from another entity that we negotiated on, resulting in $15.8 billion at the end of March that the country of Trinidad and Tobago would not have seen were it not for the efforts of this government and the negotiations that we conducted. And I ask, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that sink in. Because you see, that is a tangible reality. That is not the screaming and the shouting and the going on social media and putting graphs, or the going on certain platforms and just old talk. We had to settle $9 billion in claims. NGC has had to face $4 billion in impairments as a direct result of those on the other side and their policies and what they implemented. In addition, the decimation of $14 billion in cash. So to come and suggest to the population that nothing is done is false. Just as a result of those negotiations, we earned an additional $15.8 billion to date. You also heard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance explain to the population, and it's worth repeating, that if we did not renegotiate and come up with a structure for the payment of our natural gas, and we had stayed pegged to, for example, Henry Hub, which today is trading at $2.12, if we did not renegotiate the formula that we did with a third JKM, a third NBP, and a third on Brent, we would not have gotten.
I rise on Standing Order 55-1. The member himself, the minister himself, indicated that this was traversed by the Minister of Finance, and he's repeating and he's aware that it has been traversed already.
Overruled. Proceed.
Just to point out to the member, before he starts jumping up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, the rule is on tedious repetition. And I know it hurts, but the fact is the country of Trinidad and Tobago today, as a direct result of those negotiations that cannot be performed by those on the other side. Because we saw what the negotiations performed by those on the other side during the period did to Trinidad and Tobago. I've just described it with one state enterprise, leaving the National Gas Company after a 5-year period in a $27 billion hole. That is the reality of the energy policies of those on the other side compared to what was done under this administration for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So we now have a formula that today when gas is trading at Henry Hub of $2, we are earning upwards of a weighted average of $6 to $11. And that is what we've done to assist the revenue for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you also heard about the petroleum chemical industry. And if I may be permitted, because this is another huge area where we earn revenue in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is in the production of ammonia, methanol, urea, UAN. You heard, or just to draw to the people's attention, that very often when they talk about non-energy sector, it includes the production of these goods, because that is considered manufacturing. But this is directly related to our gas industry, that we've had an increase in our revenues from this area. Again, to remind the population of Trinidad and Tobago that when these worldwide commodity prices were low a few years ago, when we were in the middle of COVID and you had ammonia prices at $180 a metric ton US, and you had methanol prices at $200 US a metric ton, you heard all of the naysayers saying the collapse of the industry because we, the government, and NGC were in the middle of negotiations on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago down at the Point Lisas estate as we were negotiating new gas supply contracts with these petroleum chemical companies. And again, I say as a matter of pride, humility, and I thank the people in Trinidad and Tobago for the opportunity, as well as the Prime Minister in particular, for having the confidence to put us to lead those negotiations. If we had caved in at the time to those plants on Point Lisas that were asking for us to set low gas prices, we would not have had the benefit to our revenues here that we've had in the last few years, where ammonia prices rocketed to $140 a metric ton, methanol prices to over $500 US a metric ton, and in the $450 range. So again, let the people of Trinidad and Tobago understand that you have a government in place that will always do what is best for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Compare that tenure and that tenure and the tangible results we can refer to that we see in dollar value to what I've just described with the decimation of one company during that period as a result of no proper policies in place and leaving it in a hole of $27 billion. Just to touch very briefly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on some of the other areas, we continue to do what needs to be done. In the coming weeks, we will be able to come to the population with the announcements of the success of our onshore and nearshore bid rounds. We would complete our deep water bid round negotiations, again to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we will launch our shallow water bid rounds. And it is hoped that all of these areas will lead to increased production and activity in Trinidad and Tobago as more exploration is done. And I use this opportunity to again put on record something that disturbed me as I listened to the first responder for the opposition this afternoon, and it unfortunately started off in this manner. A criticism of the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast, the Minister of Finance, with the start of the Minister is being very optimistic, and a criticism of the Minister of Finance for painting not a rosy picture by any means, but a real picture of where Trinidad and Tobago is. And I put on record here today, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, onto the Hansard, that as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, I take great umbrage to what has unfortunately become the playbook of the opposition, that they think that they must destroy Trinidad and Tobago and unnecessarily criticize Trinidad and Tobago on every occasion, and anything good, they must water down with destructiveness.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.6.
Overruled. Proceed.
And the opposition will always come with this doom and gloom. I hoped, especially in the past week, when we see something taking place in our country, that there's something that should be celebrated. People being recognized for their legal.
Member for Laventille West, member for Couva North, you all will have the opportunity to enter the debate. If not, feel free to have the discussion somewhere else. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Couva North, from what I understand, is an entrepreneur and a businessman. And surely he should want to listen as to what is taking place in the country and the revenue streams and how we're managing the country. I'll leave the national security side for my friend from Laventille West to discuss with the member for Couva North. Another point that was made by the member for Siparia, as obviously the response was meant to be one of a picture, painting a picture of doom and gloom. Painting a picture of doom and gloom is that the economy is bad. There's nothing for the people. And that is the dog whistling. There is no one on this side, there's no one in the government who for a moment thinks that there are not certain people in our society. We're all faced with the rising cost of global inflation. But there's no one in the government who is not concerned about the livelihood and the lives of all of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. But to continue to suppress and to continue to paint this gloom and doom and gloomy picture and say that you're struggling, and to say that today's exercise by us in the Parliament has nothing for the people, I want to take the opportunity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to once again...
Member, before you continue, your initial 30 minutes has elapsed. You have an additional 15. Care to avail yourself?
Yes, please, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To just assure the people of Trinidad and Tobago that that is not so. And that today, in this increase that we're asking, which is just short of $4 billion, I can point out very readily just a few of the line items, the heads of expenditure that are directly associated with making the population, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and making the population of Trinidad and Tobago, making it a bit easier for them, or ensuring their livelihood and their good health, etc. And I'll start by this way. Head of expenditure 28. Today we're being asked to allocate an additional $693 million to the Ministry of Health. $693 million of the $4 billion today is to be allocated to the Ministry of Health. That is for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That is for when any of our citizens have any medical health issues. They can go to health centers throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago and the hospitals, and they can get free medical care and attention. So to come here today, as the member for Siparia did, and to suggest there's nothing here for the people, I'm going to show by a fact and reality how that is misinformation and intentionally done to mislead the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The next head of expenditure, 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, $508 million. This money for the Ministry of Public Utilities, the two main utilities coming under the Ministry of Public Utilities are electricity and water. Our electricity and water heavily subsidized in Trinidad and Tobago. And our people are getting both. Some places, maybe not as often as they would like with the water supply. We know the difficulties, and the minister is doing all that he can to alleviate those concerns. But there you have another $500 million out of this that we're looking at today for the people, directly for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The next heading, head of expenditure 40, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, $600 million. Population of Trinidad and Tobago, that full amount of $600 million of taxpayers' money that we're asking for an additional allocation is for the fuel subsidy of Trinidad and Tobago, the fuel subsidy that every single one of us benefits from. For this year, we estimate that the LPG fuel, the subsidy on LPG that we use for cooking in Trinidad and Tobago will be $425 million. So to have a former Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, self-appointed Silk, member of Parliament for Siparia, come and attempt to mislead the whole population of Trinidad and Tobago and say that nothing in today's bill is for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I take umbrage with that.
I rise once more. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise once more on 48.6.
Overrule, proceed.
Thank you very much. You know, the only rising he must do is rising inside of here.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the population of Trinidad and Tobago and for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the LPG subsidy is estimated to be $425 million for this fiscal. This $600 million on the head of expenditure for the Ministry of Energy is to go towards the fuel subsidy, because there is still a significant fuel subsidy at the pumps for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The next head of expenditure, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, $160 million. Again, all of this allocation is meant for the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the population, and it will trickle down through the various municipal corporations and the work that they do, because as you will hear the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government give us an account of what has been happening there, how they are meant to affect the lives of all of us. The Ministry of Works and Transport, $400 million. All the Ministry of Works and Transport does is for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Roads, infrastructure, bridges, drainage, the subsidy for the ferry between Trinidad and the sea ferry, the sea bridge ferry between Trinidad and Tobago. These are just some of the items. So right there, I have shown over $2 billion out of the $4 billion. Almost $2.5 billion, all for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and to alleviate, and to help, and to assist. So why come here today to once again attempt to mislead the population and blow the dog whistle that nothing in this today is meant to assist the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to help the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the population? It's wrong. And I denounce it and I condemn it. Stop personalizing the attacks on people who are not in Parliament. Stop handpicking. See the splinter in your own eye. If you want to talk about legal fees, tell us about the legal fees that were kicked back to your Attorney General and others, allegedly. Then look at here, another $348 million for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Again, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is a ministry, its whole function is to help and alleviate what people in Trinidad, the population of Trinidad and Tobago are facing on a daily basis. The social welfare grants, the assistance in times of disaster, the payment of pensions, etc. So right there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have been able to demonstrate just by using those specific heads of expenditure, 2/3, if not more, three-quarter of what we're being asked today, how all of those items are actually meant for the individuals and the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is necessary to correct these things. And it's very disappointing that every week we come here with an attempt to mislead the population. Just to put on the record, because the Minister of Finance was very clear with respect to the VAT bonds and the payment of the VAT refunds that need to be paid, that these VAT bonds are not IOUs. These are pieces of paper that you can literally take to a financial institution and cash dollar for dollar, 100 cents on the dollar. So there's no discounting of it. And we're putting $3 billion into VAT refunds. Don't come and try to misconstrue it. Don't come to try and sell it as something it is not. We also heard, and this one I found particularly hypocritical, when there was a discourse by the former speaker on deficit budgeting, as though all of a sudden Trinidad and Tobago for the first time is facing a deficit budget, when last year, actually for the first time since 2006, if my memory serves me correctly, is the first year we did not have. We actually had a surplus and not a deficit. So to tell the population, all of our budgets from 2007 come forward to today's are deficit budgets. So to come and try and say that there's something wrong and you're going to crash the economy is completely untrue. If you go and look at the history of the size of the budgets, you will see that from 2010 to 2015, that is where we rose astronomically. Again, if I remember my figures correctly, from $40 billion budgets a year, when we came in, it was $65 billion. With no care in the world where that revenue would come from. And that's what the population of Trinidad and Tobago deserves to know. So when I hear the leader of the opposition, a former prime minister, a self-appointed silk, the member for Siparia, come and attack a deficit budget and say, when I was there and when I was the prime minister, it was all rosy and you took the population, the taxpayers of this country, from a budget of $40 billion to $65 billion with no additional revenue. Because from 2012 is when energy prices started to go down. 2014, it started to crash. And even with that decline in energy prices globally, you are escalating the cost of the taxpayers to leave a $65 billion budget, not caring for a moment how it will be paid for. And what you've heard from me today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is what we came in and what we've done tangibly. We've gone in the energy sector. It is the most sophisticated sector to sit down opposite those on the other side who have all of the resources available to them. Billions of dollars to pay for whatever they need. And we renegotiated on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And today I've given you a snippet of the tangible results of that work. It is very easy to stand up and just say all manner of things, none of which is true. But show us, and the population of Trinidad and Tobago should mark the scorecard of what actually happened. What actually happened under that leadership? A $27 billion hole in your national gas company, taking out $14 billion in cash that if we had that today, we could have built some of the pipelines we want to build ourselves. So don't come here week after week to mislead the population. And I come back to what I started with. We are all privileged to be chosen to serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are all 41 of us elected members of Parliament. Let us uplift Trinidad and Tobago. I take great umbrage as a citizen to come here and to hear week after week the attack on Trinidad and Tobago. Not one single suggestion in 45 minutes, not one single suggestion from somebody who wants to lead Trinidad and Tobago as to what should be done for Trinidad and Tobago. Instead, you stand up and you criticize individuals who have no power of speech in the House and call out their legal fees and whether they got silk or they didn't get silk. And the hypocrisy of that is you gave yourself silk. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I conclude by saying,
on the government side, somebody just made a term. Just stand up and retract it, please. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to give the assurance through you that we will continue to work hard on this side in government. We will continue to do what is right for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday, all of us on this side take our oath very seriously. We will do so without fear or favor, malice or ill will, because we are committed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the betterment, the enhancement, and the building of Trinidad and Tobago. And with those words, I thank you.
I recognize the member for point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to join in this debate. The last speaker, the Minister of Energy, the member for Port of Spain South, St. Anne's West, has made my debate kind of very easy, because for the last 7 years, literally, every time this speaker gets up to speak, he speaks the same rhetoric for the last 7 years, Deputy Speaker. Nothing fresh, nothing new from this Minister of Energy. Nothing, nothing. And it's the same old talk and broken record from this Minister of Energy for the last 6 or 7 years, especially in the last 2 years as the Minister of Energy. But I will get into that just now, but I will have to rebut some of his issues, points that he raised. And let me start by the last point he raised. And let me first start off by complimenting my leader of the opposition, the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, member for Siparia, SC, for a fantastic and excellent presentation rebutting the Minister of Finance. Now, I will start off where the Minister of Energy left off. Before he ended his debate, the Minister of Energy talked about the member for Siparia awarding herself Senior Counsel, SC. And I want to say to the Minister of Energy, the Minister is just jealous. He's jealous because he cannot stand in his feet of the member for Siparia. The member for Siparia was awarded SC based on merit, Deputy Speaker. She was the first female Attorney General. And if you look at her track record in the legal fraternity, the member of Siparia has been a fighter for the constitution of people throughout the CARICOM, Deputy Speaker. So Mrs. Persad-Bissessar is deserving of SC. That is my view. So I leave that right there before I get in to my presentation here this afternoon. And there's many points I have to rebut the Minister of Energy on, Deputy Speaker. The Minister of Energy, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, talked about not personalizing people in Parliament, but he did it here this evening by bringing Ravi Balgobin Maharaj into the debate again. And I want to say it is the right of every citizen to challenge legally any government that is running a country, Deputy Speaker. And that is the right of Ravi Balgobin Maharaj. If he has great success in the courts, you cannot fault him if he's challenging the government keeps losing, Deputy Speaker. Cannot. And he talked to, the Minister of Energy talked about legal fees and how the member of Siparia in her debate, she personalized legal fees. I want to ask the Minister of Energy, and it is here as part of one of the fees that we are asking for more money from the taxpayers of the country, approximately $800,000 to pay two lawyers, ex-judges, all right, for a file that never went missing, $800,000. And the Minister of Finance is asking us for that money here this afternoon, $800,000. It is there in the schedule to pay two luminaries for a file that never went missing. Deputy Speaker, we didn't cause that. This is here in the debate here this afternoon. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a lot more to talk about on the Minister of Energy in rebutting some of his points in respect to energy, Deputy Speaker. But firstly, I will deal with the Minister of Finance later on in my presentation. Minister Young, as the Minister of Energy, the Minister of Energy, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, came with no new ideas in his debate. Nothing. He gave us the whole history once again about oil from the ground and gas, how it's done through the upstream, midstream, and how gas is sold in this country via NGC to the downstreamers and Atlantic LNG. What Minister Young failed to talk about Atlantic LNG is that this government wasted over $240 million on Atlantic Train 1. And up to the day, the taxpayers are still paying for that. Minister Young would not tell us about Atlantic LNG that I just got a message from individuals who were listening to the minister while talking. And I want to say, and these are people working in Atlantic LNG, and they're asking Minister Young, does he know that on the 1st of July, Atlantic LNG will be sending home the majority of staff in that institution, Atlantic LNG? And also the Methanex gas contract will be up pretty soon. Minister Young said nothing about that. But he gave us a dissertation on the history of oil and gas, which he always does, because he's the best patriot this country has ever seen. And nobody else is as loyal and patriotic as Minister Young. I mean, what nonsense I'm hearing here this evening, right? Minister Young talked about the price of oil and gas, and that how we are a mature, the same rhetoric, we are a mature province, right? And no matter how the opposition wants to flip it, we are a mature province. So you cannot squeeze out any more oil and gas from a mature province because it just doesn't happen. But what Minister Young failed to say with his government, the Minister of Energy, for the last 7 years, for the last 7+ years, that the Minister of Energy, whether it is this present Minister of Energy or the past Minister of Energy with this government, has failed to increase the production of oil and gas in our country. It has been the lowest ever in our country history. But the Minister of Energy would not tell us that. The Minister of Energy would not tell us what has he put in place with this government to increase the production of oil and gas in our country. He would not, the Minister of Energy would not say that. He will talk about a mature province, and I'm sure the Minister of Finance, when he's ending up, he will come and say the same thing, we are a mature province. He will say that. It's the same rhetoric. The Minister Young talked about NGC and how we raided, the normal rhetoric. The opposition at the time when we raided NGC of 14, well, it used to be a higher figure, and then every time the Minister of Energy talks, it comes down. It comes down. It changes. But under the Minister of Energy, under this present government, NGC for the first time has made over a $2 billion loss, not under the PP government, under this government. But the Minister of Energy comes to try and flip that and try to say, well, it was because of some contracts and claims that was owing, and so on, and so on, and so on. I want to remind the Minister of Energy. In a GSE report on state enterprises on July 2016, Deputy Speaker, July 2016, and it is there in the Hansard, page 55, and I take ownership of it. On NGC, they were interviewing NGC. And at that time in July 2016, the opposition member at the time was Fazal Karim, right? So the GSC member, Fazal Karim, I quote, asked NGC, as a result of maybe NGC's inability to fulfill contractual obligation to its customers, have you been sued by any of these customers? And if so, which one or ones? That's the quote. The president of NGC at the time, Ms. Stone, responded to the member on the GSE. Here's what Ms. Stone responded. Her response was, and I quote, the short answer is no. No. We have not been sued by any of the customers. So if Ms. Stone, who at the time in July 2016 was the CEO of NGC, and Ms. Stone is by profession is a lawyer, and she's been with NGC many, many years, Ms. Stone, right? And in response to our member, her response was,
Honourable Member, I'm tight in with regards to quickly.
well, I'm responding to what the Minister of Energy was saying, that when we were in government, Deputy Speaker, that we raided NGC and we had losses at NGC and we destroyed NGC because of the amount of claims that they had to pay on NGC. Now, I am saying the facts are here. The facts are here. In July 2016, we weren't in charge of the government. The CEO of NGC is saying NGC had no claims. Nobody sued them. Nobody sued them. So maybe they got sued after 2016. After 2016, Deputy Speaker. So I just want to correct the record on that matter, because this is a broken record by the Minister of Energy. Every time he gets up to speak, he talks about how we destroyed the PP government destroyed NGC. And this is the furthest thing for the truth. We never made a loss. NGC never made a loss under the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar in charge of the government. It's only under them. Other than them. And Deputy Speaker. So that is what I was trying to put there to correct the record, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there's so many things I have to correct here from Minister Young. Right? Because there's nothing new that he comes. Minister Young comes back with again, and when he was debating about energy, Deputy Speaker, about the great things that they did in 2018, about the renegotiations of the contracts, and blah, 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 blah. Same rhetoric, Deputy Speaker, but it is there in black and white. After those negotiations in 2018, a lot of those plants in Point Lisa started to shut down, Deputy Speaker. They started to shut down. The member for Couva South suffered when those plants started, because workers had to go home. That's a fact. That's a fact. We're not making this thing up. We're not making this thing up. But you know what's the irony of the Minister of Energy? For his 45 minutes, I would have thought that the Minister of Energy would have come and said, well, over the last 7 years, we found new gas, we found new oil, production is up. That's why our revenues are up, and so on, Deputy Speaker. For the last 7 years, the Ministry of Energy, or the Minister of Energy, and this government has failed to raise production of oil and gas. That is why the Minister of Finance is suffering in collecting revenues, because he does not control the Ministry of Energy. He doesn't control the Ministry of Energy. He controls the finances. All right? So, but
again, honourable members, please, no usage of phones within the chamber with regards to being on the particular phone, right? Remember that, very important. Proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Energy, the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, talked about deficits, how the last speaker, the honourable member for Siparia, when she spoke, she talked about deficits, right? As if it didn't, it's a bad thing. Well, let me just put things...
1 second. Member for Laventille West, I'm not seeing, okay, I'm just not seeing you. I'm just not seeing, okay. Proceed.
I just want to put things in perspective, Deputy Speaker, with deficits. And I'm sure the Minister of Finance, when he's winding up, will come and jump up and say the member for Point don't know what he's talking about, right? Normal rhetoric. But I want to talk about deficits, because the Minister of Energy raised deficits and about it when the honourable member for Siparia raised it, okay? Between 2010 to 2015, the PP government run by the honourable member for Siparia, the total deficit under that government was $15.36 billion, okay? An average per annum of $3.7 billion. From 2016 to 2022, You know what this government deficit has been? $68 billion, Deputy Speaker. An average annually of over
48.1 relevance. We're talking about the supplementation of the 2022 allocations. Yes, there could be tangential references, but the whole contribution can't be about previous years.
Deputy.
Okay. Members,
You're not paying attention.
Members. Okay, I'll give you the opportunity to tighten with regards to what we're discussing.
How I'm tying in, Deputy Speaker, is a member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Please.
When the member for Sparrow raised deficits, because the member for finance raised the deficit story, he raised the deficit story when he was debating and piloting the standing finance report.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48.1. The only deficit I have spoken about in this debate is the 2022 deficit. No. Nothing else.
Deputy Speaker, I'll move on.
Sure,
for the sake of the Minister of Finance from getting up. He doesn't want to hear it. Okay, he don't want to hear it. When the Minister, I don't know why the Minister of Finance is giving me a hard time here this evening. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Energy talked about claims, right? Because we have to put the record correct. In 2016, 11th of August 2016, the Minister of Energy at the time was not the Minister of Energy, he was the minister within the ministry and all over the place, right? He jumped on a plane and he boasted. The member, meaning the Minister of Energy now, renegotiated the CGCL contract. That's what the Minister of Energy said here this evening. Talked about the claims run up by NGC. But he boasted about the renegotiation of that Mitsubishi deal with NGC. And he boasted about the renegotiation that saved this country at that point in time because of the bad contract under the PP government. So if the member did such a fantastic job on renegotiating that contract, how come all of a sudden they have problems and it's a loss? Maybe it's bad negotiations or renegotiation by the member that is causing this. I'm just putting that on the record. And let me get into my main presentation here this evening. And I want to give the Minister of Finance. Sometimes when you talk nice to the Minister of Finance, you just get some nice answers from the Minister of Finance. And when we had the Standing Finance Committee on Friday last, Deputy Speaker, and we had the questions and answers session, I always felt, our members always felt that the Minister of Finance has under-budgeted, has always under-budgeted. Right? Always. And the Minister of Finance, really and truly, he's doing a balancing act. And I want to quote what the member said. This is the Minister of Finance in the Standing Finance Committee. I really want to quote it because it would add some context to our presentation here this evening, Deputy Speaker. All right? And I turn into the verbatim notes, Deputy Speaker, without running afoul, right? Page 37. And we were dealing at the time with the statutory authority, Deputy Speaker. Head 07, and we were supplementing at the time a sum of $444,000. And I asked the minister, and my question to the minister is really in respect to the line item was general administration rent lease accommodation, Deputy Speaker. And they were asking for additional $110,000. Small amount. And it had to do with rent for the offices. So the notes that we were given talked about that the $110,000 was to take care of rent for August and September rentals, 110 additional funds, right? So I had asked a question basically, if you're budgeting, and you're budgeting as something as simple as rental, and you know your rental, if it's $60,000 a month, and you multiply by 12, 12 sixes are 72, so it's $720,000. Very simple maths. That's a standard expenditure that you really should not want to tinker with, because you have to pay rent. You have to pay rent on your offices. And that also applied throughout when you look at all the schedules within all the different heads, Deputy Speaker. That is why we felt, this Minister of Finance has been under budgeting to make his budget back in October look rosy and nice, so that his deficit was only going to be $1.5 billion. But it doesn't tell the true picture. So I understand the Minister of Finance has to do a juggling act. Right? So when you talk to the Minister of Finance nice, sometimes you might get the true picture. All right? So I posed that question, and the Minister of Finance response to me was, in a very nice way, and I quote, I wanted to answer, in the budget exercise, when the Minister of Finance gets requests from ministries and departments, the requests always exceed the revenue. And therefore, one has to make adjustments, and one expects that most heads of departments, ministries, and so on, would be able to find savings from within their overall allocation to vie or transfer. But sometimes it is unavoidable, and that we have to supplement, meaning that we have to come to Parliament for more money. So that the Statutory Authorities Services Commission was not given the full amount for this particular sub-item. Now, I want to thank the Minister of Finance. I know my members might do thank him, but it was a good response to my question, Deputy Speaker, in that SFC. But you see, Deputy Speaker, and I don't know, and there was another part I will come to that dovetails into this response from the Minister of Finance. And the Minister of Finance was responding to the member for Chaguanas East. When my member was asking in respect to the social sector program, the Minister of Finance, and I will appreciate, but I can get the answer there because I don't want to run afoul. And let me just get it correct. Right. Minister Imbert's response, the Minister of Finance to the member for Chaguanas East. When you do annual budget, the documents are completed about 2 weeks before the actual reading of the budget. The fiscal measures are quite often settled during that 2-week period, meaning the last 2 weeks before the budget is read in Parliament. So you will find in many budget statements, you would have mention of fiscal measures in the fiscal year that is not confined just to this government or previous governments and so on. It's a feature of all budgets where fiscal measures may develop in the week before the budget is read, which would not find themselves in the budget documents. All right? So basically what the Minister of Finance is saying, before the budget document is read and the fiscal measures that he wants to, the Minister of Finance wants to present to the country, whether it is a one-off payment for gas grants or the traveling allowance of $1,000 and so forth, those amounts would not find themselves in the budget documents of what we call the yellow books, right? The expenditures. So what the Minister of Finance is saying, that you always don't have the correct numbers when you're presenting in October. So that, I'm not saying the Minister of Finance has done this, but I am saying, Deputy Speaker, when the Minister of Finance presents his budget in October of a deficit of $1.5 billion, and the whole country and the Minister of Finance, we nearly balance the budget. Those are his words. Really and truly, Deputy Speaker, it is so far away from balancing that budget. It defies logic, Deputy Speaker, because there are so many things that would have been left out. But then you like the VAT refunds of over $7 billion. It's not there when the Minister of Finance presents his budget, Deputy Speaker. So it is misleading, in my view. is misleading the country and is misleading the population that things are nice in this country, Deputy, and it's far from the truth. When you read the same economists that the Minister of Finance talked about in his presentation, and I'll just go to a couple lines. I won't go through the whole story. Professor Hossain said,
quote the source, please.
After reading and dissecting,
quote the source, please.
Sunday Express, Sunday, 7th of May 2023. Economists, data tells a different story. That's the headline. All right? I just want to read a couple sentences, Deputy Speaker, of Professor Hossain. Now, the professor is not, I don't think he's a UNC member, or he has given us licks. He has given us licks when we were in government. He has given us licks because I know he used to deal closely with the Minister of Finance, right, at the time in opposition. Closely, right? Closely. So let me just put 3 sentences that the professor talked about, the professor/economist. Hossain said he was worried when he saw the 2022 report and considered migrating. Now, this is what a senior economist, all his life in Trinidad, has worked UWI, has worked with both governments. He has given the Minister of Finance advice, whether behind the doors, under the door, whatever. And he is saying, after reading this IMF report and dissecting the data, Deputy Speaker, Professor Hossain is saying he was considered migrating. He said the 2023 data made him question. Hear this one. The 2023 data made him question why he was still here in Trinidad and Tobago. Hear this last one, and I stop here. Professor Hossain said it would take over a decade for the Trinidad and Tobago economy to return to the level it was as is in 2015 under the PP government. It's a decade. Now, this economist is not the only one that think. There was another article, and I wouldn't read it, by Mariano Brown. I know the Minister of Finance don't like every time I call Mariano Brown name, he's getting a tizzy. So I am sure when he's winding up, he will start to drop wood on Mariano Brown article. I am sure of that, right? So Deputy Speaker, what we are saying, anytime the Minister of Finance presents a budget, the maths never add up, Deputy Speaker. As we say, maths not mathsing by the opposition leader. Deputy Speaker, when you add the $3.8 billion that the Minister of Finance is asking for today to his original amount, it will come up close to $61.5 billion, let's say $62 billion. All right? I heard the Minister of Energy talked about the PP government of a $65 billion. When this government came into being, I used to hear my good friend, so they're bringing a budget at the end of this fiscal of close to $62 billion. I used to hear my good friend from San Fernando West. We were in the other place, the other chambers, or the other Parliament on the waterfront. In 2015, I consider myself a newbie. I'm still a newbie. But I used to listen to the members of San Fernando West, and the members always just say, value for money, value for money, value for money. We're giving you value for money, right? So I am asking here this afternoon, the $3.8 billion, which will add and bring it up to close to $62 billion, is this country getting value for money, Deputy Speaker? I would say no, because under the opposition leader, the member for Sipari, under the PP government, when we were running the government, when we produced a $62 billion budget, or in 60, you had laptops for every child in this country. You had schools, Deputy Speaker. You had baby grant. You had baby grant.
And remember, your initial 30 minutes has elapsed. You have an additional 15. Care to avail yourself?
Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Proceed.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. So I will fast track because I have to get to something important within energy. So when the member for San Fernando West used to talk value for money, and I see he's getting ready to get up, because I see the Minister of Finance went to tell him a couple of things there, right? I want him to tell us here this afternoon why they move the $100 million that was underneath him as Minister of Local Government and transferred to Rohan to transfer the works. And I want him to start off this evening by telling us why they moved that vote and transfer it from his ministry, the Ministry of Local Government, to the Ministry of Works and Transport. Because, Deputy Speaker, and I know my other colleagues will get into it, we always said the opposition, it should have been under pure. It should have been under pure because there's a natural progression. They didn't listen, but all of a sudden now they find the logic in putting it back in the Ministry of Works and Transport. They take it away from my poor friend, the San Fernando West. I don't know why they keep doing him that. I don't know why. Deputy Speaker, I want to get to something. Under page 104 of the second report of the Standing Finance Committee, the Minister of Finance is here today, and I know the Minister of Energy touched on it. They are now asking for $600 million more in Head 40 under the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. On page 104, the Minister of Energy told the Standing Finance Committee that going forward, the government will be utilizing, in the Standing Finance Committee last Friday, a price of oil of $80 a barrel. All right? It's there on the Hansard. The first question I would like to ask the Minister of Finance and his government is, based on this admission by the Minister of Energy of utilizing $80 a barrel of oil, now the head that I'm talking about is the subsidy head. All right? So to put things in context, the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Finance is coming to say, we need $600 million more to take care of subsidy for the payment of fuel at the pump. We had budgeted back in October $1 billion. So now the entire figure will be $1.6 billion. As at the March 31st, 2023. Right? It is there, Deputy Speaker, both the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister have gone on record in this House stating that the actual price of fuel, what the actual price of fuel should be when the price of oil drops to $80 a barrel. Okay? So I am asking the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy, when are they going to reduce the fuel prices at the gas stations, Deputy Speaker? When are they going to do that? And I will get into it. On April 8, 2022, Deputy Speaker, page 46, the Minister of Finance came in Parliament and gave a ministerial statement. And I quote a paragraph in that statement, April 8, 2022. If, and I quote in, unsubsidized, the retail prices of premium gasoline should vary from $6.18 a liter at an oil price of $80 a barrel to $7.58 per liter at an oil price barrel of $100. So on April 8th, and similarly, before I get into it, using the same range of oil prices, the unsubsidized prices of super gasoline vary from $6.09 per liter to $7.46 per liter, meaning that at $80 you will pay $6.09 at the pump, and if it's $100 a barrel, you'll pay $7.46 per liter. On October the 4th, 2022, Hansard, page 216, during the budget debate, the Prime Minister stated, within this price range, because we're talking about fuel subsidy, if it drops, meaning the barrel of oil, to $80, premium drops to $6.28, super to $6.05. And if it drops to $75, premium will drop to $5.68, and super will drop to $5.43. So super between 87 and 77, the price will drop from $6.97 to $5.43. So both, Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance and our Honorable Prime Minister had stated, it's there on the Hansard, that if price of oil drops to $80 and below,
the price at the pump that we pay presently will drop, right? So now the government has officially admitted that the price going forward is $80, which is the Minister of Energy stated that at the SSC committee. And just as they immediately increased the price at the end of the budget. So there was an immediate, what the Minister of Finance came in the budget, he increased the price of oil, the price of gas at the fuel pump. And I am asking, is the government today overcharging citizens for fuel at the gas station over the last 7 months? The price of oil, and we're not talking about what the Minister of Finance produced here this afternoon about the basket and it's not WTI we use and so forth. We are talking about fuel prices. So the price of oil has averaged for the last 7 months $79.44. Right? So what the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance talked about, the price at the pump when it's $80 or less. So since December, the average monthly price of oil has never surpassed $80. However, in Budget 2023, the Minister raised fuel prices based on an oil price, as he stated, 90-ish, and I quote, 90-ish per barrel, back in 2023, for the Budget 2023. So if you use the calculation of the Minister of Finance on April 8, 2022, with a statement, when he calculated the price of fuel at an oil price of $80 a barrel, and then the price of super in the last 7 months should have been $6.09 that we paying at the pump, as opposed to what we paying today at $6.97. That is 86 cents per liter. We should be paying less. Also, if you use the calculation of the Minister of Finance, on April 8, 2022, when he calculated the price at $80, what we are saying, we should be paying at the pump for premium $6.18 per liter, as opposed to what we pay now, $7.75, Deputy Speaker, an entire $1.55 per liter less. So I ask the Minister of Finance, when is he going to reduce the price at the pump? Right? And I also want to ask, Deputy Speaker, we are here today to increase that fuel subsidy to $600 million, by $600 million. We had allocated $1 billion, so it's 1.6. Where they use that $1 billion before today that they're asking for the $600 billion? Where was that used? How they use it up? And I don't want the Minister of Finance to wind up and come and say, well, you know, diesel subsidized. And I want to tell the Minister, and he knows it, we get money, something through the Petroleum Products Subsidy Fund. So even if diesel is subsidized, I think we get a considerable amount of money through that fund to even take care of that subsidy under diesel. Deputy Speaker, I am saying this country, the citizens have been overpaying prices at the pump, because the Prime Minister had promised us here in that budget debate that they were going to produce monthly prices at the gas stations. That has not happened, and the price of oil has been dropping, Deputy Speaker, dropping. I also want to ask, where's the LPG subsidy? What is the true LPG subsidy that this country is paying, Deputy Speaker? Right? Because they like to come and say, well, you know, you're doing the country a favor. You look at the kind of subsidy we're giving you all. As if it is their money, you know, Deputy Speaker. This is the country, the citizens' money, Deputy Speaker. And we are asking the question about LPG, Deputy Speaker. So I want the Minister of Finance, if I am wrong, tell me, I will apologize. Right? But we feel the price that we are paying at the gas stations should be, for super and premium, should be lower than what we're paying it today. What is being charged at the pump today, Deputy Speaker. We are saying, give us an answer, because you promise when oil has dropped, you would see changes at the pump. We didn't say that. The government said so, Deputy Speaker. The government said so, right? Deputy Speaker, I know my time is coming to an end.
and close. There was a lot more I could have said and I wanted to say, but I am sure my other members, my other colleagues would pick it up. And I want to refute everything that the Minister of Energy said in his debate. Every single thing. Nothing new that the Minister of Energy has brought to this House today that he has not said before, Deputy Speaker. Right? So that I want to refute everything that the Minister of Energy has said. The Minister of Energy, I thought, would have come and give us an update on colibri and the hibiscus and the calypso, Deputy Speaker. But the Minister of Energy has not been able to tell us about any new gas for this country, Deputy Speaker. It's the same old rhetoric. I see. And the Minister of Energy must stop using this dog whistle talk he always like to use, Deputy Speaker. If it's anyone blowing a dog whistle, it's the Minister of Energy, Deputy Speaker. If anybody is misleading this Parliament, it's the Minister of Energy, Deputy Speaker. So I see my friend is raring to come up here this evening. He's raring to go. I'm so happy, but I hope when he starts off, he can answer my question. Why they moved the $100 million underneath the local government and rural development to under Rohan Sinanan, the Minister of Works and Transport. I hope he starts off here. I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank you.
Honourable members, before I recognize the next speaker, this sitting is suspended for 30 minutes.